intentionality of presence in the house floor is intentional. This summons is designed to bring the voices of the company leaders that are often underheard in lower cases. For those of you up the top, and those who the voice of presence, but again, con paciencia y muchísimas gracias a todos por estar aquí con ustedes, con el This Place in My Heart. Open with very special, traditional presentation of ceremonies, and afterwards we'll learn who these performers are. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the New Mexico Rural Summit. Thank you all so much. Representative, if you want to introduce them for us, please.
Thank you so much. These incredible performers hail from the Pueblo community of Okewinge, and I would like very much to turn the microphone over to both of you to just share a little bit of the intentionality of this beautiful art form and ceremony. Thank you, Mr. Larranz.
Thank you, Senator Montoya. What you just witnessed is called the Native American Hoop Dance. And well, I always tell people, and you think you got to jump through hoops for your job? But the hoop dance in its original form was a healing ceremony. So if you're out of balance physically, spiritually, or mentally, it was one of the many ceremonies that the medicine man would perform to bring you back to balance and harmony. Today's contemporary hoop dance actually celebrates the circle of life and all the beautiful things that Mother Nature gives us on a daily basis. So during the performance, you saw elements like the butterfly, the flower, the eagle, the ladder of life, and other different designs, which represents our journey here on Earth. We are here today to represent a wonderful organization called the Lightning Boy Foundation. And we're a 501c nonprofit based here in northern New Mexico. The mission of the Lightning Boy Foundation is to empower our Native youth through cultural programming, through art, song, and dance. Yesterday, the Honorable Secretary Deb Haaland brought a light to the history of the boarding school era in the United States, but it did not only happen in the United States, it happened to the First Nations people in Canada, where kids were taken from their cultural homelands and sent to different cities across the United States where they were restricted from speaking their language, from dancing their ceremonies, and from just continuing their culture. So what we do is try to, here in New Mexico, the hoop dance has been found to originate from the pueblos of northern New Mexico. And this dance was actually lost for a couple generations. About 10 years ago, my family and I moved back to New Mexico and reinvigorated this dance with our Native youth through the Lightning Boy Foundation. I give credit to my late son, Dakota Larranz, who was a master hoop dancer, for teaching and beginning this endeavor with our Native youth. And we just hope that you will look at our website, lightningboyfoundation.com, and help us support us to empower and reinvigorate our culture and our Native youth. Thank you very much. We hope that this dance brings you good medicine and for all the good work you do. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Montoya, and have a wonderful day. Kwakwai. Guntawaha.
Before we begin, if everybody can please stand and remove your glasses, I'm going to turn it over to former Governor Brian Ballo of Acoma Pueblo, who will lead us in our blessing and land acknowledgement. Hold down button, and then pull it up. Pull it up. There you go, and just hold the button. You'll have to hold it. Thank you, Governor. Senator Harold Pope, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And to sing our national anthem, we have Javier Ortiz.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And if we can have Representative Mo Maestas, if you could lead us with the pledge to the New Mexico flag, please.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Well, thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. I am Isaac Casados. We are pleased all of you are joining us. We are expecting close to 400 rural leaders. Those rural leaders that are in the House, if you can please stand, please, if you are a mayor, county commissioner, county manager. Excellent. Round of applause for those individuals. And sir, if you're upstairs, you can go ahead and come down and take a seat down on the floor, please. Thank you. Our elected individuals in the State House and New Mexico Senate, if you can please stand, please. So to my left is Representative Ambrose Castellano. To the far back, we have Representative Tara Lujan, Senator Linda Lopez, Senator Harold Pope, Representative Mo Maestas, Senator Jerry Ortiz Pino. And these two individuals will now speak as to why we are here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Roger Montoya and Representative Gail Armstrong.
Thank you so very much. I hope you can hear me okay. I need a moment to gather myself. Over the last 33 days, actually 35 now, the communities of Mora and Colfax County and San Miguel County have been under siege by the most horrific event in my life. Pardon me, but the grief, especially of our seniors, grips my soul. And that pain, tragic pain, will be with us for a while. It is the motivation in an emblematic way for the inequity that has plagued our state. The intention of this, the People's Summit, is not to point fingers or to create a construct of division. It is the opposite. It is a healing. It is a unifying spirit that has been exemplified by the people of Mora County. Over the last 30 days, I have seen volunteers pitch in, risk their lives to support systems that should be in place. And in some strange, horrific way, the fires are an action call to every single person in our state and the highest levels of government in DC. My personal background is as a social worker and an artist. When I stepped into this space, elected 2 years ago, it was scary and it was incredible because the oath we take as leaders is a profound one of service. I had the extreme pleasure of meeting this beautiful person to my right. I call her my sister, Gail. Today, we are not electeds. We are citizens. And the whole reversal of roles that the hierarchical presence of those who are elected talking down or at needs to be removed, at least for the next 48 hours, so that those voices, the spirit and the critical needs of our people are heard, that policy recommendations and actual laws and the implementation and the actions make them real to the people that matter most actually happen. Before I introduce my dear friend here, Gail, I'm going to call her Gail. She's the Representative Gail Armstrong, but today she's Gail. I just want to say that I sat in my seat with a sense of disgust sometimes, and I'm going to be honest, that we waste time and treasure with this separation of the parties, the Republicans and the Democrats and the independents all working in their own spheres at the detriment to the health and wellness of the people of the state. I'm a deeply sensitive person. I'm not a political animal. I hope that I don't ever take on that armature because I think there's a corrosive nature to politics as we know it. The purpose today is to shift, to bring in a humanity, a unity that is exemplified so beautifully in Gail Armstrong that I want to invite her to the mic as my sister, my partner on the floor, and a trusted friend. Thank you, my dear.
Well, it's really hard to follow that, I'll tell you. So yes, I'm Gail Armstrong. In my growing up, I grew up in Daddle, New Mexico, in the middle of a ranch. I say in the middle of somewhere because it is somewhere, it's not nowhere. Rode the bus to school 110 miles one way every day. And yes, we had a 4-day school week for that reason. My sister was sick to her stomach every single day because she got car sick. But we marched on. So now I'm the representative of one of the counties that I love the most, where I was raised, graduated from Camado High School. Now live in Magdalena, New Mexico, on a ranch in the middle of somewhere. My husband and I own several businesses across the state of New Mexico that we started. I got married at 18. I've been married for 37 years. I have 4 children and 12 grandchildren. Thank you. And so I really feel like I have a sense of rural frontier New Mexico, where I was raised, who I represent, and my way of life. But I also feel like I have a sense of urban New Mexico because of the businesses that we own and the employees that we love and treat well. And I'm just so honored to be here standing next to Representative Roger Montoya, who right away we were friends. We sit on the health committee together and have great ideas and try our best to work together. Sometimes we agree to disagree, majority of the time we agree. And we're opposite parties, but we also have a fond care and respect for the state of New Mexico. And we want to make it a better place. We want to listen to our constituents. We want to listen to the people and make a change in your house. So welcome. Thank you, Roger, for having me. Thank you, Isaac, for helping set all of this up, and everyone else who worked so hard, and welcome to your house.
Gail, you're a treasure. So I just want to give you a little bit of a background quickly about sort of the undergirding legislatively that led to this place. We co-sponsored a memorial that became a task force, the Rural Economic Opportunity Task Force. The intention was to find bipartisan effort to insist that water, wastewater, electricity, broadband, roads, and bridges were the interconnected infrastructure to build the durable infrastructure, to build the social infrastructure. The notion that we cannot measurably change anything about the social determinants of health, transportation, education, healthcare provision, and anything else until there's equity. New Mexico has been, thank you. New Mexico has been rural for much longer than it's been urban. And there's this notion that as long as the Rio Grande corridor from Las Cruces and Bernalillo and Santa Fe are well and strong, there's this trickle across effect that says that Chaparral and Chama and Mora and Gallup are just fine. I disagree. And so the work we created together is indeed the infrastructure. We took one step further last summer and we created a study. It's 166 pages that outlines comparative data in various states, a roadmap for local leaders to begin to understand the complexity to make the most advantage of the bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act that the Biden administration passed. That is probably the most singular prayer that I have, because with the fires in Mora, if there had been, right, broadband that's reliable, right, emergency backup generators in place in every rural space in this state. We have 22 million acres of forested terrain. Those communities that are next, and they are next, this is a harsh reality. Climate change is absolutely real. It's not a political statement. It is a fact, and we are breathing and seeing that every moment. The update from the community right now is that Angel Fire is ready to be evacuated. And I just spoke to the mayor moments ago. She's in tears. She's strong, and we're working together to evacuate folks to Raton. Just yesterday, an emergency center was reopened after the Cooks Peak fire had calmed, and now this fire rages on. So I just want to give some context that leadership must be nimble. We must be courageous and most importantly, united, porque somos familia. I want to draw attention to my colleague, Representative Castellano, Tara Lujan, who's in the house, and also my dear friend Mo Maestas, who's here, really supporting and holding the space. On that note, I'm going to stop. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much, Representative. So we're going to do something a little unconventional. We had Undersecretary of Agriculture of USDA, Xochitl Torres Small. She will be patching in, but we do have the Speaker of the House of Maine and a number of other folks. So we're going to go to that first, and then we will then go from there. So Chairman Mitchell, if you could join us up here at the front, please, sir. So Chairman Mitchell is the chairman of the All Pueblo Council of Governors. If you can please welcome him to the body, please. On this panel, we also have Representative Roger Montoya, Representative Gail Armstrong, and joining us virtually, we have Representative Daniel Hernandez, who is in Arizona. Daniel is very well known for coming to the aid of Congresswoman Gabby Giffords when she was shot in a apparent assassination attempt on her life a couple of years ago. And we are pleased to be joined by the youngest Speaker of the House in the United States. Mr. Ryan Fectow is a 27-year-old Speaker of the House of the state of Maine. So if you can please welcome those two gentlemen today. Gentlemen, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Sure.
Excellent. So one of the conversation pieces that we had a couple of weeks ago is that many individuals think that rural challenges are only isolated to their communities. Mr. Speaker, can you speak to us about the challenges that you face in Maine and how they are almost similar to what we face here in New Mexico?
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having me on today's event and summit, and I really appreciate the opportunity to join you despite not being there physically. Of course, through the pandemic, I think we have found ways to stay connected, and certainly using the opportunity to attend things virtually has given us the opportunity to hear from voices and hear from folks that we might not otherwise. And I'm grateful to be in your space this afternoon. Maine is one of the most rural states east of the Mississippi. We have more coastline when you account for all of our island communities than the state of California. And we have, despite having 1.3 million people, we have a long stretch of miles of roads and bridges across our state. And of course, being a state of 1.3 million people, is relatively small, but we also have nearly 40 million visitors on an annual basis to our state, being vacation land. So we have a huge challenge in our state with maintaining our roads, maintaining our bridges. Climate change is threatening some of that public infrastructure, including wastewater facilities, which are often built alongside public waterways like our rivers and streams. And we are facing the challenge of deploying resources to these problems. First of all, having the resources to address these problems. But of course, the infrastructure bill that Washington and the Congress passed and the president signed into law provides a renewed hope to address these challenges. But we also know that rural communities especially face some challenges when accessing these resources and deploying these resources to communities. And that's one of the things that I think is a topic of conversation for this summit, and I know will be a continued discussion point, because we want to make sure that the communities that need these resources the most are able to access them, and they don't have huge staffs at the municipal level. They don't have grant writers who can spend their time drafting and submitting grants. In Maine, We have another unique sort of aspect to our governance, which is we don't have strong county governments. So we don't have county governments that can take on the role of applying for resources and then distributing them to local municipalities. So we have some challenges that we face here, and I know that's not uncommon across the country. And what we need is a federal government that's going to be responsive to the unique capacity limits of rural communities, so that they can get access to these funds, deploy these funds, and make their communities stronger, so they can actually see the benefits of this infrastructure bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, one of the biggest challenges that we face in Native American communities is this idea of rural equity. How best can the federal and state government help to bring equity to our Native American communities?
Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. First and foremost, I believe that we as tribal governments of the state and the state government, we need to collaborate a little bit more and hold discussions like this so that we can be at the table. Because right now there are points where tribes aren't even at the table. And in order to get everybody up to date, we need to make sure that one, we do get together and make sure that our voices are heard, because it's the same throughout the rest of the state. Everybody's dealing with the same issues, but more so, we believe that the Pueblos and the nations here in our state, we do need to make sure that we have a true government to government relation as far as getting equity and other economic opportunities to Pueblo tribes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Daniel Hernandez, one of the biggest challenges that I think we face, as well as you, is all along our southern border, we have many communities that are disadvantaged. What do you believe that we need to do to help bring equity to those colonial regions of the United States?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Representative Montoya for the invitation. Talking about the needs of rural communities is something that doesn't happen often enough in the halls of power. A lot of times we talk about all of the challenges, but I think one of the things that we also need to celebrate is the hardiness of the people that live in our rural communities. So there are a lot of opportunities as much as there are challenges. And I think when we're looking, Arizona and New Mexico are very similar in a lot of ways. And we are facing one of the most historic droughts in Arizona state history. We are in a mega drought where we're seeing that simple things that people had been counting on for decades, like having access to water at their taps, making sure that they have safety and security in their homes. These are all things that are being threatened because of climate change and the ongoing change with global warming and different issues related to ensuring that people have the basic necessities. So when we're talking about what's going on in the southern border and what we're needing to do to make sure that we're working together with our partners in Mexico, I think for us here in Arizona, it's important that one, we need to make sure that we are partnering with our fellow citizens on the other side of the border. Many of the communities here in Arizona, we like to call as binational, because people don't just consider themselves as American or Mexican, they consider themselves to be parts of a larger community. And I think for me, as someone who's been representing the border now for 6 years as a state legislator, one of the things that I'm seeing is we oftentimes see politicians come in and talk about how unsafe or dangerous the border is and how bad it is down there. And yet you go down and we see people who are celebrating going across the line to buy their groceries in the United States and then have dinner in Mexico. So we really need to talk about the partnership and the opportunities to work together with our partners on the southern border. But I think when we're looking, the biggest challenge that I'm seeing from my constituents and what I've heard for years is we need to invest in economic development in rural communities, especially those that are binational and bilingual. We see that there is such an inherent advantage in having people who are able to speak 2 languages, are culturally competent on both the Spanish speaking side and on the English speaking side. And yet we're not doing enough to incentivize and to create opportunity for young people to stay in these rural communities. So we keep seeing this brain drain where young people graduate from high school and then go off elsewhere to colleges oftentimes they don't come back home to their communities until they're much later in life. So we need to create economic opportunities. I think it's incumbent on state governments and the federal government to create opportunities for people to stay in their own communities and help build them up. So we're not always talking about what are the challenges and what are the things that are difficult about living in rural America, but really talking about what are the great things about living in rural America. So I hope that we're talking to folks throughout the next couple of days. We're talking about acknowledging the opportunities, acknowledging the hardiness of the people who live on the rural communities, but also making sure we're trying to figure out how do we take what's already here and help provide more opportunities for the people to stay in these communities that they love and that they want to stay in place in.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Representative. Representative Montoya, one of the biggest challenges that we face in specifically northern New Mexico is many forgotten communities that feel that they are overlooked, disregarded, and that policy doesn't necessarily meet the needs. How best can we address that concern and bring equity to those communities?
The singular most important role of government is to convene first, to listen accurately with an open spirit, and then deploy innovation and creativity to ensure that the capacity issue is in place. In every single municipality, even some of the unincorporated areas, desperately trying to form some sense of an ask, what do we need? I mean, they are really at a great disadvantage. About a year ago, we did a rural summit of the leaders in my district. And it was beautiful to see that they had consensus around a singular inequity. As an example, they said, if a small government, which is required to have 1/12 of their reserve in place in case of a crisis, not a FEMA-inspired event like we're seeing in Mora, but when a lift station goes out, for example, and a town like Cimarron, which has a $900,000 operational budget, has to put 1/12 aside. The lift station goes out, it costs $420,000. Where are they going to get that money? If there is a remedy, it's 18 months away. They need it now. So we devised a bill that is moving through. I hope it'll be reimagined some over the summer, called the Crisis Infrastructure Act. And it really looked at a remedy that emerged from a bipartisan group of 71 leaders in the House. So that's one example of how we can support pragmatically the needs through consensus. Your voices are so critically important as a leader. If I don't listen to you with laser focus and act, then I'm worthless as a leader. So that's my answer to your question. I hope it was adequate.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Armstrong, where do you believe that we could find collaborative efforts across the aisle to be able to address rural inequity?
Thank you for that question. One of the things when I first came into the House of Representatives, we sat down and had conversations. We sat around the table and had conversations. But right now it's very polarized and there's not a lot of conversations happening. There are a few, but I really think that as people of New Mexico, not parties, people, we need to have conversations. And it starts with us setting an example. It starts with our communities setting an example and just stop the polarization of rural versus urban. I mean, I hear that until I'm sick of it. And it's the truth, but I'm sick of it. And I think everyone in this building is sick of it. And it starts with open arms, open eyes, and open ears.
Thank you, Representative. And the last question to Mr. Speaker, what do you believe that we should do on a national level, both collaboratively from, say, maybe the state of New Mexico and Maine and other rural communities to bring equity nationwide to the challenges that we all face collectively?
Well, I think it's a difficult question to know precisely what all the solutions might be, but I think the foundation of an answer to that question is we need a federal government that is intentional in how it distributes resources to rural communities. And that means when the federal government is planning to distribute resources, whether it be the funding that's result of the federal infrastructure bill or otherwise, that there's a roadmap that is responsive to our rural states, and particularly to rural parts of states across the country, because the work that is required of them to access those resources will be distinctly different than communities in my state, like in southern Maine, where we have the city of Portland, or the city of South Portland, or the city of Lewiston, or even a little bit north of there, it's the city of Bangor. Those communities have large city staffs. They have the ability to mobilize. They have the support of regional planning organizations. And for many, many rural communities, hundreds, I mean, we're a state of over 500 communities, and also unorganized territories as well. For those communities, accessing these resources will not be as streamlined. They will not have the resources in place to follow the same roadmap that a larger or medium-sized or even smaller cities might be able to follow. So we need a federal government that is intentional when planning for the distribution of resources to rural areas, and they need to listen. They need to in order to be intentional, they need to reach out to rural states and to rural communities, to rural leaders are in your chamber right now, but in other states as well. Reach out to those rural officials to get their take on what would be most useful to them in terms of accessing the resources that are going to be made available. Otherwise, the opportunity for these rural communities to benefit from programs will be missed, and that perpetuation of rural people from rural areas feeling as though government is not responsive to the needs of their community will continue, because for too long they have been ignored or partially ignored, and that feeling of government not being responsive to their communities has been certainly one that's been festering for a long time. I actually have a colleague who represents a rather rural district, and he said the other day that I thought he put it pretty nicely. Government is not the solution. What government is a tool, and if we have the right people using that tool, we can accomplish good things for our communities, particularly in rural areas. So we need officials, we need people in office and in the bureaucracy who are using the tool appropriately to make sure that it works for rural areas of our country. And that's what we need from the federal government, and that's what we need across the country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, one of the key areas that I think we look at specifically when we're referring to Native American communities is the issue of sovereignty. And typically what we look at is that the federal and state governments don't necessarily understand what that is. And in order to understand that key premise, it inhibits our rural sovereignty and the needs that we need. How best can the members of this chamber address the needs locally so that, one, we can bring equity to our rural communities?
Thank you for that question. It's a long question. Let's see if I can answer it. So first and foremost, sovereignty. Sovereignty for tribes across this nation, and more in particular, the Pueblo tribes here in our state, was not given by any outside governmental agency or government. It was acknowledged. That's the first and foremost to understand, to accept. Secondly, as far as this conference and the question that you asked, I believe that we, the Pueblo tribes, have always been seeking seeking this question, seeking this answer. How do we best go about, one, addressing the needs and wants and needs? Who do we hold accountable to the wants and needs? Because again, we're always looking at the elusive answer. And it seems like it's never there. Once we find it, it's something else. So again, as far as equity and building capacity, I think we've always been addressing these issues. Who do we hold accountable? Who do we turn to assist us in our time and need? And right now in this time frame, you know, I would say to you all, climate change just didn't start now. Climate change was already happening well before I was here. So in order to see the error, in order to correct a lot of things, we have to be mindful about what's happening worldwide, not just within our own communities, not just within our state, but it has a trickle effect worldwide. So it's just not us here in the United States, it's people in Russia, it's people in China, it's people in Japan, everybody. It's human caused, and we need to address it. Which brings us back to where we're at today. How do we move forward? How do we collectively move forward? And I believe that the way we can do this is, one, having that open door policy, putting aside the differences of the Republicans, the Democrats. We're one race. We should look at it that way. We're a human race. And what our teachings are in my Pueblo is leave what you have, what you enjoy, the clean water, the clear air that we're breathing. Leave it for the unborn, because that's who we're dealing with, or that's who we're going to be answering to. So in a long-about way, I think part of this discussion is that how do we come to that table? And we have to put everything on the table to find the elusive answer we're looking for. And it has to take commitment. It has to take everybody's input, because right now, for all these years, whether we're at the national level or at the state level or at the county level, it seems like our voices aren't being heard. And so to answer your question as far as how do we bring it together, I believe that the Pueblo tribes have always been talking this way, as far as I can remember, and making sure that who's going to listen and how do we arrive at our goals, because we as leaders, we're not elected. I come from a traditional tribe and I am not elected. I am appointed. Difference. So one says, how do you lead when something like this is thrust upon you? Well, whether you're ready or not, here we go. You know, and leadership is making sure that all walks of life are cared for, whether they're within your own pueblos or not. And that seems to sometimes folks, the general public, sometimes understands and sometimes they don't. So with that being said, hopefully I've answered your question. I know it's a long question, but I think we have the answers before us. I believe that we just need to capitalize and seek those elusive answers we've always been looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank our panel of incredible voices. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Representative Daniel Hernandez, good luck in your congressional campaign. Representative Montoya, Chairman Mitchell, and Representative Armstrong. So what we are going to do is prep over for a video from the Secretary, and we're going to do that right now.
Good afternoon. The timing of the People's Summit shows how crucial it is to work together as people across northern New Mexico wait for news of their homes and pray for the firefighters and families impacted by the Cap Canyon and Hermit's Peak fire, as well as the Cerro Colorado fire. Down south, other New Mexicans are recovering after the McBride and Nogales fires. It's impossible to measure the devastation of these fires when you consider all of the lives that have been upended. And yet, as the firefighters work to contain the fire, you are here to rebuild. Fires which we're seeing earlier and more often are deeply humbling. For me, it's been a recognition that even as we work to find every single resource we have at USDA and rural development, I know it will never be enough. And still, your resilience inspires. While we can never do enough individually, we will each do what we can. And in doing so, we will get through this together because there's no other choice. As FEMA works to coordinate the emergency, USDA will deploy every resource at our disposal to help families and communities rebuild their lives and their homes. Thanks to the organization of rural New Mexicans, to advocacy from Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, and to swift coordination from the federal delegation, President Biden issued a presidential disaster declaration even as the fire continues to rage. This unlocks millions of dollars in relief and ensures that all applicable federal resources are mobilized to help New Mexican communities respond to and recover from these devastating wildfires. The National Interagency Fire Center has surged firefighting resources to New Mexico, including firefighting crews, aircraft, engines, and incident management teams from the United States Forest Service and the Department of the Interior. These federal firefighters joined by state, local, and tribal firefighters in New Mexico for a unified and coordinated response, growing to nearly 3,097 personnel as of May 9th. FEMA has also approved 6 fire management assistance grants for New Mexico this year. These funds will support the state in providing mitigation management and control of fires, as well as provide funding for emergency work, including procuring equipment and supplies for responders, supporting evacuation requirements such as traffic control and sheltering people who are evacuated, as well as pre-positioning resources to support the response and establishing field camps and meals for responders. FEMA is also supporting those who have been evacuated and are in shelters, and approved critical needs assistance for families who have been impacted and meet those requirements. Those of you who've had to leave your homes for safety know that the work will be long from done once the fires are out, because recovery efforts are crucial, and that's why they're already underway. The U.S. Forest Service has established a statewide post-fire response and recovery team with New Mexico, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, the Farm Bureau, and other federal agency partners to coordinate efforts and access to funding for environmental response, stabilization, and recovery. The Department of Interior and U.S. Forest Service interagency burned area emergency response teams have already been assigned to the New Mexico fires. Teams will identify and implement emergency treatments to minimize threats to life or property or prevent further damage to natural and cultural resources on federal land. Assessments completed by these teams will support development of post-fire recovery plans and actions in coordination with the state. The USDA has made resources available to support farmers and ranchers whose land, crops, or livestock have been damaged or lost as a result of the wildfires. Farmers and ranchers, as you assess the damage from the fire, please consider USDA a partner in your recovery. USDA stands ready to support however it can, including through low-interest loans to help recover from production and physical losses and reestablish your operations. Local USDA and service centers near the declared counties are also available to assist farmers and ranchers with accessing this assistance. And as you seek to protect and conserve water resources impacted by the fires, please consider USDA Environmental Quality Incentives Program to assist with the immediate and long-term support to help recover from natural disasters, as well as the Emergency Conservation Program to rehabilitate farmlands damaged by the disaster, and the Emergency Forest Restoration Program to restore private forest lands. As the windy season gives way to the monsoon season, USDA is committed to working with you to protect New Mexico's watersheds. USDA's Emergency Watershed Protection Program can help relieve imminent threats to life and property caused by a fire that impairs a watershed. I'm also working to make sure USDA Rural Development leverages all possible resources to support this recovery. These fires have forever changed the lives of thousands of New Mexicans, including many whose homes, businesses, and community facilities rural development helped finance. So if you have a home funded through us, know that we will be reaching out. We can suspend your loan payment and stand ready to work with you on options as you rebuild. We're also available to help with everything from home repairs, water access issues, and tree and brush removal through our 504 home repair program, as well as with the rebuilding, building, or purchase of a new home. We're also working with FEMA and state level disaster agencies to identify other places for those individuals and families to live in the immediate aftermath. And we're here for the long haul, supporting our state directors as they continue to help their communities after a disaster. For example, by supporting repairs for schools and hospitals, replacement of community equipment and vehicles, and repairs of water and waste systems. The Biden-Harris administration will continue to work hard to ensure that the federal government does everything it can to provide support to New Mexicans who need help as a result of these early and extremely damaging wildfires. Being there for the long haul also means reinvesting in rural people and places in better ways. We've learned that the way communities rebuild depends a ton on what capacity there was in the first place. Disasters are incredibly humanizing because regardless of what community you live in, if you lose your home, you suffer. The question is how long it takes to rebuild. How long will a family be in that unsafe, uncertain situation? Or how long New Mexicans will have to go without running water or electricity or a consistent roof over their heads? The time it takes to recover is a capacity issue, and it's also an equity issue. That's why the Biden-Harris administration is dedicated to reducing the suffering that impacts underserved communities disproportionately during disasters and rebuilding. I was in Raton just weeks ago, meeting with community leaders now fighting fires and serving constituents who've had to relocate to talk about working together through the Rural Partners Network. That investment is going to be all the more crucial now. It also emphasizes the importance of USDA's recently released equity action plan that includes, among other actions, an emphasis on partnering with trusted technical assistance providers, reducing barriers that many people experience when trying to access USDA programs, and improve support to underserved farmers, ranchers, landowners, and farm workers, as well as increasing USDA infrastructure investments that benefit underserved communities. All of these efforts address capacity because capacity increases resilience. As we work to rebuild, we also have to reckon with the work necessary to reduce wildfires in the long term. Under Secretary Vilsack's leadership, the United States Department of Agriculture's Forest Service has developed a 10-year strategy to reduce wildfire risk through science-based fuels and forest health treatments, with a goal of treating an additional 50 million acres across federal and non-federal lands. And the Department of the Interior has also developed a 5-year plan for monitoring, maintenance, and treatment efforts focused on fire-prone interior and tribal lands. We must also work to combat climate change, which contributes to the droughts and increased wildfires we're experiencing today. The bipartisan infrastructure law provides historic wildfire resilience funding and calls for prioritizing the restoration of old growth forests. And on Earth Day, President Biden signed an executive order to expand his administration's historic effort to tackle the climate crisis, making our nation more resilient to extreme weather and to strengthen our local economies. With everything you and your families and our state are going through, it means a great deal that you are here, focusing on what we can do next. You show incredible resiliency, and I, along with all of USDA, am committed to doing all we can to help build back better to a brighter future. Thank you to everyone here for your commitment to rebuilding rural New Mexico.
Thank you so much, Under Secretary. So what we are going to do is shift into a pretty focused discussion on what all of us are facing in New Mexico right now. As of right now, nearly 300,000 acres are burning in northern New Mexico, and it will continue to burn with specific estimates in the millions before they're able to put them out. We are pleased to be joined by a really profound panel, and we hope that we can have a really in-depth discussion on what it means, how best that we can prepare, and how best we can move towards the issue of creating a recovery plan that works for every community that is impacted. So if we can have the Commissioner of Public Lands, Stephanie Garcia-Richard, Colin Haffey from the State Forester's Office, Antonia Roybal-Mack, Dr. Owen Burney from the John T. Harrington Forestry Research Center, Dr. Douglas Cram from NMSU, Mr. Roger Gonzalez from Help New Mexico, and Jacob Thien from Colita Fire join us up on the dais, please. Yeah. If everybody can welcome this great panel. There are microphones in front of you, so if you can go ahead and pull the microphones up, just make sure that you are holding the button as you are speaking. Excellent. So the first thing that we are going to do is we will begin with Commissioner. Can you give us an idea as to where we are today and how best can we prepare our rural communities that may be impacted in the future?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. So I am actually, I'm the Commissioner of Public Lands responsible for 13 million acres of state public land, but actually joined as well by my forester, State Land Office Forester Mark Myers, in the interest of hearing from the experts today. I'm going to have him help answer questions.
Yeah. Do you want to use this microphone right here?
I guess the first thing that I will do is
Let's go ahead and use this microphone right up in the front.
I think it's me.
Yeah.
So the first thing I wanted to do was
Okay, try it one more time. Go ahead.
was just to acknowledge, as you heard from folks on the previous panel, talk about the hardiness, resilience of rural New Mexico. Acknowledge really what folks up north are going through right now. These are catastrophic humanitarian crises. The fire is one sort of emergency situation that all resources, are on the ground right now to deal with that. But once the last flame has been extinguished, the true work actually then begins. Because living through forest fires in this state, we know the aftermath, we know what comes next. Not even to mention the fact that folks have lost everything in a community where you can't just go to your safe and pull out the title to your property. That property might have been in someone's name generations previous. I talked to someone last night and fortunately, his home did not burn, but he said, Stephanie, if my home had burned, my property is in my grandfather's name. There's no way I would qualify for assistance and aid should I need to go to get anything restored restored. So all of those challenges sort of await us. At the state land office, we do have state land that has been impacted, and I will let Mark talk about that. But right now, all of our resources are just on resource protection right now, because we're in the middle of an emergency, we're in the middle of a crisis, and that's what we're managing at this point. Do you want to just give a little bit more on that question of where are we now?
Sure. So thank you, Commissioner. I think we're in some challenging situations right now. I can speak to the Cooks Peak fire specifically. That has impacted a lot of state trust land up in Mora going into Colfax counties. So one of the things we're really going to be interested in doing after the fire is taking a close look at the watershed, where the high severity patches happened and what we can do proactively to sort of mitigate those watershed impacts. And that's a big landscape for us where we are focused on doing some landscape scale planning. So we're trying to be proactive in doing some fuels reduction treatments. And what really is exciting for me is all the partnerships and collaborations at the land office that we engage with. Everyone from local fire departments, other state agencies, state forestry, the BLM, the Forest Service, we're all in this together. We're all working side by side on these things. And that's pretty exciting for me to see as an agency with few resources. I'm the only forester with the state land office, but we're all in this together. We're working together side by side. So that's exciting for me. And I think one of the mindsets we have to have going forward is just keep it working together and seeing how we can seamlessly work across boundaries. There's no my side of the fence and your side of the fence. We're working together and trying to reduce the impacts. When fires do happen, we can create conditions in the forest where we're resilient. The forest is resilient, the communities can be resilient, and firefighters have the greatest opportunity to really be successful.
Thank you so much. Anybody else on the panel kind of want to talk about as to where we are today? Jacob, go ahead.
Hello, Roger Gonzalez, Help New Mexico. We're the state's largest community action agency, and our 10-county service area is right in the heart of this fire. And I'm blessed because my family will get to go back after 21 days of being evacuated because the firefighters and the community members made sure that none of our structures were damaged. But for 15,000 families who are still not able to go home, yes, we understand that fire protection is important, but many seniors and low-income individuals have to still survive. We have to have a conversation because we're a proud community in northern New Mexico. We believe that no one is homeless. And as we start to navigate all the federal and state guidelines and policy manuals about what definition do you apply and do you own things, we have to make sure that we have a culturally sensitive, trauma-informed model. Because ultimately, folks, we don't have to remind people that they're displaced. They know it. I've seen seniors who you can see the loss in their eyes because they don't know what's happening. And all of us in government, myself included as a non-for-profit leader, we have to stop moving people from shelter to shelter, hotel to hotel, just because we got to figure out how we're going to make the system work. I think from a bigger context, we have to recognize that rural New Mexico has been at the last of so many lists. We were hoping that under the pandemic, everything would come to light. Low access to healthcare, no broadband, no water. We've learned for 2 years how destabilized rural New Mexico is. This fire is just, again, shedding light. And for many rural communities, for 400 years, we've known they haven't made investments in us. And now during crisis, you want us to trust government? That's why 40% of people didn't leave Mora, because they were concerned about their cattle, about their homes, about everything else. So as we start to find solutions, folks, we have to remember that there's a lot of emotions and a lot of frustration, not just on all of us who are trying to make things better or stabilize, but generations of injustice and discrimination, because no one has ever worried about rural New Mexico because they don't have the economies of scale to elect folks. So as we look at that lens of policy, we have to make sure very clearly that it's not the population base, it's the impact. Because for my community, it's not going to just be the loss of the mountains and the views. It's going to be a loss of a lifestyle. Most of those families there depend on the forest to sustain a livelihood, depend on their cattle on the grazeland. It's ecotourism. Who's going to go back to go see the ash tree? Unfortunately, that's the reality that's going to be our out of our windows. And so as we start talking about stabilizing the economies, it's going to be a huge infrastructure lift from both the state and federal partners as we try to stabilize and return Mora to the greatness it once was. Thank you.
So this will go to, and we can start out with Attorney Antonia Roybal Mack. There is a lot of fear in communities, specifically heritage communities, where they don't fully comprehend what is happening. How best do you think that we can address the fear? And I'll also open it up to everybody on the panel. Go ahead.
So I think the first thing to address the fear is to realize who our people are. Our people are proud people, they're strong people, and many have never left these communities ever in their lifetime. So we have to come to them where they are and address their issues where they are. This idea, and what the difficulty is we're setting up resources in a lot of different places that community members, as Roger said, 40% stayed in the Mora Valley, are not able to access those resources. So when it comes to fear, that fear is warranted because we have not had a good track record of getting government resources where they need to go. Okay, we have not had a good track record of sitting down with our people and helping them fill out the forms and hand-holding them from the time they start the process to the time the government process is finished. One of the difficulties, like the land commissioner referenced, was the fact that most of these properties have never been probated. And as a result, lots of property in that valley that is now burned is not in the name of the person who it needs to be in. So, I might have diverged from where your question started, but I think what needs to happen, there's a multifaceted problem that has been created over generations. And now that we're in crises, trying to figure out how to resolve that problem it's a mountain to climb.
Thank you. Anybody else on the panel? How best can we quell the fear that is brewing in northern New Mexico and probably going to affect other New Mexico communities? Yes.
Hey, I'm Jacob Thielen. I'm from Shalata. I understand the fear, and I think that from the rural community, there are some good case studies out there that the state can use as far as reaching out to those folks and how to do it proactively and kindly and knowing what they're going through. We'll use Hurricane Maria on the island of Puerto Rico. Those homes are kind of in the same thing. They're passed down from generation to generation. Massive trauma to the island, psychological effects to the people that live on the island, and all of a sudden states and the feds, and there's all these people crawling all over. And they proactively set up places just like you're talking to Antonia. Instead of making people come to them, they put hundreds of boots on the ground and they just went out to everybody. And I think that's the step that you can take as a state to quell those fears and help people understand that we're here to help. We're not going to create greater problems. So there are some good case studies from the Puerto Rican island from all of the hurricanes, both Maria and Irma, on how the island did it, because they're still a Commonwealth. They're not even part of the United States. And then how the Army Corps and both FEMA reacted and the types of centers and how they reached out to everybody.
Thank you. Anybody else on the panel? If not, oh, yes.
One of the things we're also going to have to explore is eligibility for these resources, right? So I can tell you from a community action agency standpoint, we look very closely at what we call the vulnerability matrix, right? So obviously during an emergency crisis, everyone is in crisis, right? And so obviously as an agency, we have to be very careful to make sure that we prioritize resources for the most vulnerable. I know our agency has been under a lot of criticism lately because we entertained a 3-tier system, right? But ultimately, we have to make sure that we're trying to stabilize those in most need. And it's hard to explain most need to everyone who's all evacuating together, right? To understand that seniors or folks with disabilities or young families may have a higher priority than other families when everyone's in that emotion of an evacuation. And so, and I'm receiving a lot of calls now from the community. I didn't leave because I would lose my freezer full of food that we harvest all winter long for our sustenance. And, the bigger conversation as we try to repopulate the scarred community is what about those who didn't qualify for services when funds have been exhausted? And who's going to replenish those funds? And so I think as we start to look at how we stabilize the communities and the economies, there's going to have to be a broader lens really focusing on maybe lifting some income guidelines or those types of resources, because I can tell you a lot of folks who stayed bravely to defend our community probably wouldn't qualify under normal protocols under the Human Services Department, right? So we're gonna have to really have a conversation as we did in COVID to make sure that we elevate some of the LMI requirements.
Thank you for that response. This goes hand in hand, and I think, Antonia, we have a number of individuals within the Mota area that stayed. They were fearful that they were going to lose their properties, or that this was a coordinated effort on behalf of the government to take away their property. Resources have been challenged within Mota specifically, where food and access to medical care, electricity have been challenged. You were just there yesterday. Can you tell us what we need to do to ensure that when individuals are fearful of leaving their properties, how best we can ensure that they are still treated with equity and respect?
Well, first and foremost, as a lawyer, this is the United States of America, and nobody needs to leave their property ever if they choose not to leave their property. These are people who are taking risk, and as a result of taking that risk, they know what that risk is. And if they choose to stay to defend their homes, I'm a firm believer that had those people not stayed back, our loss to homes would be significant. And the reason is, when I was up there yesterday, I walked through homes and through neighborhoods that have been areas that had been affected by the fire. And what you saw was the home was saved by the homeowner and the fire was all the way up to the doorstep. And they still were able to save their place of residence. And as Roger said, save their livelihood. all the wood that they had gathered, all of those sort of things were saved. So the difficulty we have in Mora County right now is there is food there right now, but as Roger said, people's food stores are going to be gone. They have spoiled. There's no clean drinking water there right now. That's a travesty in the United States of America that we have an entire county without good drinking water. And that was a lack of planning. The water being turned off and knowing that the water pumps were going to be turned off without having appropriate generators available there was a lack of planning. Electrical, we know that when you have a forest fire, electrical has to be turned off. But again, keeping some of the other critical resources, the water running should have been something to be considered. And when we talk about the experience of Mora County, this is only the first major disaster to hit New Mexico this summer. You know, we're in a drought season. I anticipate there will be more fires. And this idea that volunteer county commissioners, a part-time emergency manager who is also the head of the fire department, should know what to do in this situation is impossible. So I think what the state needs to do as a whole is create, you know, they have the emergency, the EOM, and they have these emergency command centers, but they need a commander within Mora County with the ability to get things done, with a direct line to the governor or whoever's making the decision. So when we get told food can't come in here because we don't want you to be here, we can have a humanitarian response to take care of our people because they're not going to leave. But the only way to do that is to get some qualified emergency managers who, again, have a direct line to the people making the decisions in Santa Fe to open up the barriers. We heard yesterday there was a food truck coming in to the distribution center from Alabama or Arkansas. And what we learned was that that food truck was not allowed past the barricades. Right behind that food truck was a semi of hay. The semi of hay went past the barricades. So when we're talking about human life, we need to have somebody on the ground to say, let the food trucks in. We need to have a policy, a statewide policy that whether you stay or you go, you will receive humanitarian aid because that's our obligation to our people. So I think the lack of emergency preparedness and the lack of an emergency manager is something that every community can look at. And the state needs to figure out how the minute a disaster hits, not 3 weeks later, not 4 weeks later, not when somebody finally calls the National Guard, but in that moment, a professional is going to be boots on the ground and help the people.
Thank you so much. So one of the key questions that everybody has asked is the issue of prescribed burns. When to do it, when not to do it, and how can we create policy to ensure that other communities are not affected by prescribed burn scenarios that get out of control. With that, I'll open it up to the panel.
This is Antonia. I have something to share on that, if I can. Since I was a child, I remember my family going to get wood out of the forest, and that policy changed. I remember that there was logging and there was ways to thin these forests, and the people of the community took it upon themselves to thin the forests. So I think the policy should be that if there's going to be a prescribed burn, you need to have some very specific burn plans. I think anybody in northern New Mexico knows that March is our windiest season. To start prescribed burns in March and April seems like a difficult thing to begin with, but my second thought is if we had these forests thinned the way they've been for centuries, because people would get firewood and they would use the forest for their living, that might have alleviated some of the spread that we've seen in this fire. And I'm no fire expert, that's just my opinion.
Thank you. Commissioner, were you going to say something? Go ahead.
I was just going to say that currently at the land office, we have actually put a pause on prescribed burns for the time being. We are really trying to reassess this new environment that we find ourselves in. So in addition to what Antonia just said, this is a different climate. There is different percentage of moisture in the air. We have, a longer windy season, a longer fire season. We have fuel loads like we've never seen. And so, we're trying to kind of reassess that particular forest maintenance tool.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll let Doug and Mark respond too, but I think I couldn't agree more with what both Antonio and the commissioner said. We need to reevaluate our plans and our process for burning, especially in the springtime, given how warm, how dry it is, how the temperature results in, the increase in temperature results in nonlinear effects on the ground in terms of soil moisture and dryness. And we need better forecasting for long-term winds. We can do 2 or 3 days, maybe. We can't do a month, we can't do a month out. We need to be very proactive in our thinning in our fuels reduction, the removing the trees, removing the overstocked, reducing the density of the overstocked forests and things like that, almost, at this point, by any means necessary. So whether that's fuel wood gathering, timber harvesting, just paying people to go out and do the work. We have the funding, we have the know-how, we need the capacity, we need the workforce, we need the skills to be able to do that. And we all do, there will be a time, not now, but there will be a time to reflect on the lessons learned from this fire in all of the different lessons learned. And we need to get better at doing prescribed fire across the board. Both, we need that as a tool. Fire is critical to our ecosystems, but like any tool, when is the right place to apply it? How do we apply it safely? And just like we did with Cerro Grande, we will learn from the tragedy and get better at applying the tool in the appropriate places.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Cram. I'm an extension forest and fire specialist at your land grant institution down in Las Cruces. And so I spent a lot of time studying forest and fire, and you kind of have a biased group up here between Mark and Colin and myself. We're all prescribed burn advocates, so you should know that. But that's from what the science and just sort of almost just logic, looking at the tree ring record tells us about fire in the Southwest. So speaking of prescribed burning, I'm sort of glad that I didn't hear we should take the tool out of the tool bag. I heard the governor the other day echo that, and I didn't hear that here. Echo what Colin said, like a more perfect union, we need to become better at using prescribed fire. I sometimes tell folks, if you don't, well, put it this way, if you don't like fires, maybe you should go to Kansas. Hey, Doug, I don't like tornadoes. Okay, go to Florida. I don't like hurricanes. Okay, go to California. I don't like earthquakes. Then come back to New Mexico, and we have to learn to live with fire. And part of that is well, there's many tools in the tool bag. So here's my point there. We have, there's going to be fire in New Mexico. And to some degree, we need to pick our ignition source. Is it going to be a campfire or a chain dragon behind a trailer or a fireworks or lightning, which contrary to Smoky Bear, we can't prevent that, or prescribed burn. So that we need fire on the land as a tool. And so I'd say again, we don't really get to pick no fire, we got to pick how we have fire. One of the points, since it's a hot button topic, I'm going to back up real quick. It won't take much time. This idea about staying behind in an evacuation. And we don't have anybody up here from the fire service because they would speak pretty harsh, pretty strongly, probably in the opposite terms, right? But from our friends in Australia, they have a saying called prepare, leave early, stay and defend. And that's something we haven't really talked about or embraced in this country. And you can appreciate in Australia, gigantic continent. If you live 250 miles from the closest neighbor, where are you going to evacuate to? So that's kind of where that idea comes from. And let me go through those real quickly. It's not like, do I prepare? It's you must prepare. If you're planning on staying defending, you have to prepare. In other words, like Firewise type approach. Back to this idea of learning to live with fire. Then leave early, right? You can't leave at the last minute, or stay and defend. And so now if you dig into that deeper, don't quote me on this, but I think they end up calling that blend in Australia because it can turn out two ways. As it was pointed out, sometimes when the wind is right, you can see the spot fires showing up and you can almost literally go step on them, use a rake and put them out. If it's, let's say 5 to 10, 15, 20 miles an hour. But if it's 35 to 40 to 50, that's probably not going to work. And so again, you can have success, prepare early, leave and stay and defend. Well, I should say this, you can have success staying and defending, but in Black Sunday, it ended in multiple fatalities. So the lawyer tells me it's our choice or an individual's choice, and those are pretty stark choices. So that's sort of a conceptual way to think about staying. And yeah, I'll stop there. Thanks.
Representative Armstrong, I believe you had something to say. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for letting me weigh in on this. In one of my counties used to be known for logging. Since then, the county logging's been shut down in the area mainly because of the spotted owl. And so whether you're for it or against it, what we have in Catron County is we have portions of the forest that get opened up for contractors to bid to thin that forest. But only a certain amount gets opened up at a time. And I don't claim to be an expert in all of this for sure, but what my constituents tell me is that they need larger portions of the forest opened up at a time so that they can sustain their logging industry, their jobs, their way of life, things that we've helped fund through the small business loans, things like that, where they open a lot, they want to do logging in the area. They bid to log. They don't get the bid, someone else gets the bid, so they don't have anything to log. And so, but if we would open up larger portions, and this is at the federal level, if we would open up larger areas so that they could bid that process, that would be a more sustainable jobs in rural New Mexico. And so, and it's done specifically in a certain manner, respectful to the forest, respectful to the everything that lives there. And so that's one of the issues I wanted to bring up, is that we don't open up the forest for bidding enough portions of it so that they can sustain their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Antonio, go ahead.
I want to echo what the representative said. And, I know that there has been a lot of environmental discussion around protecting the owls, and I think those are important things that need to occur. But when we are countering the fact that we need to start logging these forests, we need to thin the forest, and it needs to be part of an overall global plan, we need to remember that these fires have put tons, hundreds of thousands of tons of soot into the atmosphere. So I think when we get pushback that, on these issues, we need to remind people that these forest fires are also catastrophic to the environment. And if we can prevent the forest fire, that might be an important outcome in the long run.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So let's go ahead. One more.
Okay, just to tag on to your point about, I'm a retired federal fire manager, so I'm a pro prescribed fire as well. Anthropological fire use has been around as long as recorded history has been here. And I know that especially in New Mexico, they've used it to help raise cattle, to help, thin the forest out. But to talk about why do they only open up so much at a time? A lot of it is tied up in the red tape of the NEPA process, and you need to have the decision space to allow that logging. And I get your point of the spotted owl, or there's the lynx in higher elevation and the whole TME thing. But prescribed fire is a tool in the toolbox. There's mastication, there's biomass. I don't know how that plays out in the state of New Mexico as far as biomass plants, but you have to be fire ready. You have to be fire wise. and your home has to be fire hardened. And some of those things are hard to do, especially in the rural community when you don't have the funding or you don't understand even what any of that stuff means. And some of it is having the ability to reach out and hold community meetings, go to the people and explain to them what this is and how this works. And much like every large fire, if may I implore the state, as it gets further away in the rear view mirror, it gets further away. And you forget about what's happened and what steps need to be taken in the communities that need help. It happens with every large fire, no matter what state you're in. So I just implore you guys to keep it in the forefront.
Thank you. So one of the challenges that we face is the fire is going to be the first phase that most people are going to really look at. We have depleted watersheds now in northern New Mexico, the potential for erosion, and now flooding. How do communities prepare when the fire is the first step?
So I kind of want to just go back just a bit to all the comments about prescribed fires, because as you know, a lot of us in this room advocate for conservation. Ranchers and farmers know the best to take care of their land than anyone else. And so when you look at all of the investments that have been made by legislators, right? Because a big question being discussed now is, did we appropriate money? Where's the money at? Whose interpretation and intent is leading the conversation? You have to remember that there's a lot of resources currently being deployed. The problem is access to those resources. And we have to remember that whether it's currently happening or the resources going to come in, is a lot of folks are going to be reluctant to put liens, federal liens on their property to get federal resources to prevent something they may or may not have control over, right? And so as we start to talk about the deployment and the application of a very long process, and I write grants for a living, and we're talking binders of information, folks, when folks may not even have the deed that they had their house for. We're going to be into a long conversation, and access to capital is going to be a bigger conversation. As you know, for any of these federal contracts, most of them are a reimbursement basis. So you have to float the money before you get reimbursed. And guess what? What did you use as that collateral? Your property that now has no value because it's been burned. So how are we going to create an infrastructure and a capital stack that allows local property owners to maximize the access from the federal and state resources to really get these strategies employed?
Thank you. Anybody else? How do we prepare when the fire is the first issue and we will have watershed challenges, erosion, and flooding?
I'm sidling up to Owen here. So a couple things. One, I just wanted to respond to the representative. One of the ways that we get to that idea of getting more acres, more scaling up is what we talk about, is through enacting the 2020 Forest Action Plan, which was collaboratively developed with the Forest Service and a lot of other state agencies, tribes, land grants, Acequias, all of the great minds in New Mexico thinking about forest and fire issues contributed to that plan. And by working with our federal partners, the friendly kind of pressure on them to do the type of work that we want, that's how we get to that increased pace and scale. And we are reminded, unfortunately, every day of the need to do that. The way we respond in the communities after the fire is what you heard from the Deputy Undersecretary talking about, and the statewide coordinated response between the USDA programs, the state programs. We're doing that. We've already started that. We're meeting, frequently, weekly, to make sure that those resources, that people have access to the resources that are out there. The money's there, the need is there, the connections are hard. We're working through all of those, trying to be creative about how we work through all of those, pushing, up to the edge of all of those. We've heard from our congressional staff and our governor, sort of figure out how to work through those barriers. And that's our challenge. That's our goal here. We're also coordinating at the local level. None of this happens. We can't do this in Santa Fe. We can't do this on a Teams call and expect it to happen on the ground. It has to be led by people on the ground, by people working hard in the communities that have been impacted. This is, I've heard too many times, we have a little bit of time before the monsoon season. We don't have time before the monsoon season. July is around the corner. We have to take action now. The challenge is the forests are still burning. The fire is still raging in many places. And so what we've started to do, and we've been working with the Land Commission office on the Cooks Peak fire. I had a meeting today with the folks from Las Vegas and the Guyanas watershed. We met yesterday with the folks in Raton and in the McBride fire. So we've already started the process on making the list of things. What do we want to do? Prioritizing that list and then identifying how do we get that funded. It isn't rocket science. I don't, I'm an ecologist by training. I'm not a rocket scientist, so I can't have complicated stuff. So we're just going through and we're saying, how much does it cost? Where do we want to do it? What's the return on investment in terms of saving lives, saving property, reducing the risk of damage, and preparing the best we can for the floods that are coming. I mean, there's limited stuff that we can actually do. Mother Nature bats last. Unfortunately, she'll bat last again when the monsoons come this year, next year, and the following year. We just are preparing for it. So we're starting those conversations. Those conversations have started and will continue for a decade.
I can say what the land office actually is already doing, even though the flames are still gobbling up tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of acres. So we appreciate, so our gracious host today, Representative Montoya, said that as tragic as it is, these fires are a wake-up call and a call to action. And I think that that sort of impetus under all of us right now, so sort of passionate about what is happening to people's lives and homes and livelihoods, should propel us into the next phase. Land office, our motto is just open the spigots of funding. As much as we can help to have that flow of funding go to where it needs to go by signing agreements with impacted counties, by partnering with our soil and water conservation districts, y'all, those entities are perfectly positioned to get dollars onto the ground where they are needed for watershed restoration, to ensure that we are not devastated by floods and erosion. To the extent that we can help either eliminate or support local matches that are required, we are doing that. I mean, my folks, God bless them. There's two of them there in the audience. Mark here with me. They sprung into action almost immediately as soon as the first fire was even called in New Mexico to say there's going to be an aftermath. And we got to be ready before the fire is out. We got to be ready for that aftermath.
I think this goes back to the key question. How much money do you think we need to appropriate to address the looming fire threat in the state of New Mexico?
I'm not going to give you the number because I want us to kind of look at wealth very differently, right? I was born and raised in Mora, and I never knew I came from a poor community. And I think so many people from Mora feel the same way I do, right? So to put a price tag on how much it's going to cost or whose fault it is not going to erase all the damage and trauma that's been for. So I think as we start to get all the mathematicians in the room to figure out who's going to split the tort claims and who's going to get money, I think we really have to step back and really examine the definition of wealth, right? The Ford Foundation has a model called WealthWorks. It's basically looking at supply chain transactions in a value chain model, right? I think rural New Mexico understands that when you look at everything from eco ag tourism to small scale production, we have to redesign the system that isn't working, folks. And government's just part of that system. So as we start to figure a price tag, and I will tell you, although New Mexico is blessed with resources now because of the oil and gas boom, we have to make sure that every community, whether you're rural or urban, really has a fair shake at the distribution process and make sure that access to these funds is truly equitable and fair across the board.
Anybody else with an $8.8 billion state budget? How much should we dedicate of that to a fire threat that looms every part of our community.
No, I actually don't have a number, but what I really would like to say is we need to think about forest management and wildfire risk management as a long-term endeavor. So there is no end game. We can't just throw a number at it today and say this is going to fix it. We need to think long-term for forest health, for our communities, and for sustaining businesses that rely on those resources.
This is a perfect segue. So one of the key areas that we could look at is economic development within our forest systems. How best could we create initiatives, not only legislatively, but also at the state level, to help entrepreneurs build business and reduce our risk of fire threat?
As a Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act provider, I can tell you when I see daily the amount of out-of-state resources that are having to come fight our fires, why aren't we using dollars to create certification programs for, yes, dislocated workers who have now have to leave their homes to qualify? So, the Northern Board, the state are trying to figure out how we relook at certification, relook at WIOA dollars so that we can start to train our own local talent, because the other conversation we haven't had today is a lot of the local volunteer fire department personnel are getting paid minimum wages while they're still trying to help, right? So when we start looking at the laws of how we support volunteer fire departments and their personnel or quote volunteers, we have to start looking at how we're compensating them fair across the board. But I really believe that this could be a potential economic driver to train the New Mexicans to be those personnel, all the folks you see on the command center presentations. We should be looking at our local talent because this is going to be something we're going to deal with for a very, very long time every year.
Anybody else?
I just wanted to say, in addition to the fire economy, at the land office, we are really trying to look at resiliency and regenerative agriculture practices. So trying to incentivize soil health, trying to incentivize, folks to, and there, believe it or not, folks, there is actually an economy. There are dollars associated with, proper management of land and resources. And so, as we look, like Mark said, it's a long-term problem. There are many facets that impact it. We want stronger, more resilient ecosystems, stronger, more resilient soil health. And so we're trying to incentivize that at the land office through dollars as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Antonia, go ahead.
Well, I think first and foremost, we need to make a priority of the contracts that are going to be awarded after this disaster. We know there's going to be cleanup. We know right now the electrical co-op is seeking bids. I can tell you that those bids are coming from out-of-state companies. There are companies within the state of New Mexico capable of meeting that need and capable of meeting it immediately. And they're still having to bid against out-of-state large corporations that can beat them on price. That's the bottom line. So we need to prioritize and have a way to prioritize that New Mexico companies are going to be getting these recovery dollars. Roger touched on this a little bit. This was on our meeting yesterday. Volunteer firefighters are making $20 per hour a flat rate. Those firefighters that are working through the state or working through the federal side are making up to $38 per hour for the same skills, the same training, with the same level of expertise. That needs to stop. We need to keep the money in the communities and pay people what they're worth. The fact that we have volunteer bulldozers out there and these people are using their own gas to help build the fire lines, they need to be compensated, and there needs to be a process to help them get compensated for what they're doing for the community. And that's the first thing, using New Mexico contractors for the rebuild, prioritizing that as something that's needed. And again, paying the people who are helping an appropriate wage. This will blow your mind. Yesterday, we learned that the Mora EMS system is paid $11.50 per hour. That's what our first responders are being paid. That is now minimum wage. And they are also sleeping in their EMS units because there's nowhere else to sleep in the county, and they have to be in the county in order to respond to emergencies. We know they don't have water, they don't have electricity, and they can't even take a shower. So when we talk about economic development, we need to keep all of the disaster money that's coming into New Mexico in New Mexico.
Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Thanks. So this is from an educational sort of perspective. Obviously, I can't really speak to budgets, but it's backing up a little bit. Listening to the concern about how do we get money coming in, thinking about Firewise, right? That's actually something that I heard we have lots of local, rural leaders here that you can actually, an individual can actually prepare your family, which incidentally, that's sort of separate, like from preparing your home and your yard. But you start with your home, your family, and your home and your yard, and that can be, right, you don't hardly need any money to do that at all. Speaking about collecting firewood, right? Just a handsaw will get you started. So that doesn't take any money at all, really. And then that sort of builds to you and your neighbor and your community. And so I think actually rural New Mexico can lead in that sense. It's interesting, we think of these fires being rural, but granted the one in Ruidoso, right, that's basically an urban. And if you think of that fire that's outside of Boulder, Colorado, just right before New Year's this year, I think 1,000 homes burned in about a 12-hour period, just, in a very rural sense, and not a forest. And so that's a bit of a tangent, but in other words, it's rural, it's bosques, it doesn't matter where you live in New Mexico. Firewise, we should start there. So, but I think rural New Mexico can lead there in firewising, recognizing, again, learning to live with fire. Now, one step further, when we talked about the post-fire part, that's essentially, that's kind of where we really do need funds, because I can prepare my family in my home, in my yard, but I really can't, do anything about the watershed in terms of the post-fire what's coming, right? So that is really a community opportunity, and a county and the state and even the feds, right? Think about the watersheds. And that's a really hard one to tackle. And that definitely takes money and coordination. Kind of backing up one more thing, we did a few years ago built the After Wildfire New Mexico website for communities, and there's links for like individuals and communities. So again, After Wildfire, check that out. We've been a leader in the nation in that sense. Other folks saw what we did, and like, yeah, so go check out that website. And again, it helps with a whole host of things. Not just, there's post-fire treatments, there's immediate needs, there's floods. But again, that watershed issue is really tricky because an individual really can't, if I get my yard ready for a flood, it doesn't really do anything. So.
Thank you. So next question, what can policymakers do to eliminate red tape to ensure that the communities get equity and ensure that they are prepared?
So I was actually, I rushed over here because I mistakenly thought that the undersecretary was going to be here in person. And like literally I wanted to talk to her about that very thing. I think that our delegation and our governor and the friends we have in the federal government should look at all of the qualifications necessary for aid and assistance and ensure that whatever alternate instruments we need to provide to make sure that people get access to that assistance happens. I think policymakers absolutely can do that. At the land office, we're hoping that we can help out. So folks have state lease, right? State leases are actually used as collateral for loans. So we're thinking like maybe your state lease could be used to qualify for some kind of assistance, because God knows there are going to be people that they're not going to have the paperwork, they're not going to have the qualifications. And I think that policymakers can help by getting them access to those dollars.
And back to the commissioner's point, I think even some of the definitions that are being used by those applying decisions, right? We use the term homelessness, for example. Homelessness in an urban setting is very different than homelessness in rural New Mexico. And I can tell you, for the families that I've seen the last month, they are homeless. And I can give you a definition from every agency as to what the term migratory or homeless means. It's all interpretation. So I really think as we start to look at some of those funds that our legislators have successfully appropriated within the state budget, the current budget, how do we look at those definitions to really see how we can expand the scope and intent of the legislature to ensure those monies are flowing to people who are technically homeless. It may not have been burned down, but they're homeless.
Go ahead.
So just really quickly, I think one of the ways, talking about money coming in, there's going to be a lot of money coming in for the immediate disaster recovery, but there's also going to be a lot of money coming in for the mitigation of subsequent disturbances from both the state and the federal side. And what I would like to do, and we've already started these conversations with, you know, our sister agencies in the state land office, is how do we take that burden of that bureaucracy of navigating all of those things out of the local communities and bring that in and bring that into the state side of things, or the bureaucratic side of things, where I get paid to be on meetings all day and send emails all day. I want to find ways that I bear that burden, and we don't pass that burden off to the person who's actually trying to recover from the disturbance.
Before we go there, Mr. Chairman, I know you're here. One of I think the red tape is a big challenge when we look at sovereign nations to state versus federal government. What can policymakers do to aid tribal communities, as this looming threat could potentially wipe out historical communities for generation?
Thank you for that question. That's one thing that we've always been talking about. And part of our discussion is direct funding to those communities. Let them decide where that money needs to go. Yes, we can follow through with the reports and audit that's needed, so whomever's given the money knows where it's going to go. But realistically, the red tape is someone telling you, no, you can't spend it there. No, you can't spend it there. Alleviate that. Let the communities know. Let them handle it, because they know where it needs to go. That's been our issue at the tribal level. And more in particular, I'm talking about my tribe, Tisuki. We've always had that issue. This is great conversation, because all the topics you're talking about to us is not new. This is what we've been fighting for all these years. And to the point where the young lady on the screen was talking about, you know, everybody that is certified, qualified, they're still getting underpaid. You know, and in this time where the economy and prices are going up, how can an individual make their payments? How can somebody put food on the table? How can they make their bill payment if they're getting below the pay rate? It should be fair across the board. And right now, we need to be proactive. We're being reactive. We didn't learn anything from the other fires. You know, we should have already been prepared. We should know already ahead of time that this is going to happen. And yes, everybody is going to be homeless. Everybody's going to get impacted, irregardless of where you live, irregardless of what you do. These fires are going to impact us, me, you, everybody across the board, no matter how we look at it. So how can we as rural communities, how can we as state leaders, as tribal leaders, how can we come together? As I stated earlier, how can we find that elusive answer we're looking for? It's simple. We put aside our differences and say, okay, what's the best thing we can do at all levels? It's a global issue. Accept that, because each of us have the wants and needs to be wherever. Let me give you an example. Wants and needs is, you looked at the pandemic. Somebody somewhere took a photo prior to the pandemic, and they saw this haze. During the pandemic, travel was stopped. Somebody took another picture. Guess what they found? It was clean. There was nothing in the air. So, you know, I'm telling you guys this, that how do we find that? It's common sense in my book. It's common sense because it takes all of us, me, you, it takes all of us to understand that we only have one world. if we don't take care of this world, how can the world take care of us? Because we're seeing it right now. We're seeing it with the fires. We saw it with Sal Grande fires and other fires that were coming through. We already know that in the future, somebody said monsoon season is right around the corner. Silt is already built. It's going to wash down. Okay, so we know that right up, common sense. How do we protect our homes, especially now in the Mora area and other places on the west side? We need to be proactive. We need to hear, understand, and listen, and accept the fact that this is common sense. This is things that are already happening and have been happening for years. And we as indigenous communities, we've always been mentioning this to the leadership before us, state leaders, federal leaders. We can throw money at it, but we as leaders need to be boots on the ground. We can't dictate things from behind the desk. We have to be out there working the work, doing the job, because if we're not there, we're only assuming things. And if we're not doing that, then shame on us. What are we leaving for our children's children? You know, open your eyes, open your ears, understand the situation, accept the situation, and let's not be reactive. Let's be proactive, because that's the only way we can save our communities, we can save our state, and we can make sure that we work and live with each other. You know, we're one people. We're humans. If anything happens, it's our fault. All across the world, global warming is happening. Don't you guys see it? It's happening here. You know, so it's time to open your eyes and accept the fact that this is what's happening. I know it's a long-winded answer and a long-winded stuff, but you know, you need to hear it. You need to accept it. And you know, it's not about me. It's about us. It's about us and our communities, our elders, our children, our loved ones. It's about us. And more in particular, we have to speak about the wildlife. Because for some, like myself, I'm a hunter. I don't hunt to put a trophy on my wall. I hunt to put food on the table. And I hope you all understand where I'm coming from. So the discussion is good, but in terms of this discussion, let's be proactive instead of reactive, because we're talking reactiveness right now. And we need to make sure that one, the red tape is gone, give the funding directly to those communities. They know where it needs to go. They know how they need to use it. And it's simple. Trust. Trust in these people that they know what they need to do. They know how they need to do things. And we can circle back with finding out the reports, getting the audit done, know where this money was spent. It's simple. I mean, we don't have to build a whole bunch of stuff. Our folks already know what they need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Well said. We have about 12 more minutes. Antonia, I'm going to go to you real quickly because I see your hand is up. And then what I would like to do before we finish is open up the floor for any questions. Okay, go ahead, Antonia.
Thank you. The governor had some critical points that are very important, but what I've experienced is we need to stop politicians from needing to take the credit. So if we stop people from needing to take the credit, then you can cut a tremendous amount of red tape. What I've experienced is Mora County needs a generator. We went and bought with our own money a tow behind generator to get a water system running because everybody all the way up the chain needed to take the credit. So I think that's something as citizens we need to hold our elected officials accountable for, that they are 100% responsible for cutting the red tape for us and making the call and getting things done, and doing so even if it means working with someone else on the other side of the table or in another agency, and even if it means the other agency is going to get the credit. Bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any questions from the crowd for this panel? Specifically for mayors, county commissioners, individuals that may have that. Go ahead. There's a microphone right there. Go ahead and pull it up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Scott Berry. I'm the city manager of Raton. And I would say, unfortunately, Raton has become very familiar with the post-fire impacts to surface water over the last 10 years. Track fire, the Ute Park fire, the East Fork fire, and now the Cooks Peak fire. And our concern is that the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire is aimed at Eagle Nest Reservoir. So we talk a lot about protection of assets and structures, but I want to ask the panel, and I think I speak for the representatives of Cimarron, Angel Fire, Eagle Nest, Springer, Ute Park. We live on Eagle Nest Reservoir. So what's your perspective? Can we protect this? This is the asset in our county. Colfax County lives by Eagle Nest Reservoir, or we're not going to survive that. And we've been through the protection of surface water reservoir in Raton. We don't have a groundwater option. It's surface water only. If that watershed burns, how do we restore that in a timely manner? If you're familiar with Bonito Lake, we're still working on restoration of that, and that occurred in 2012. Members of the panel, what can you tell me?
Anybody like to take that question, please?
I was just asked the exact same question by the city of Las Vegas. There are several things we can do in the short term. We can do, point protection around those critical resources. So whether that's, the reservoir, the dam itself, the intakes, the pipes, the infrastructure that move things around to protect them from post-fire debris flows and floodings and things like that. We can do things up in the watershed, like wood mulching or straw mulching, contour felling, diversion structures. I think there's a lot of people who have a lot of experience with that across the state. We can do, those things unfortunately are reactive, though we are trying to take proactive steps. We can also, as you know, this is not, there's the short-term things you have to do, and then there's the long-term things you have to do if and when you get into that situation. So yes, we can take steps working with our various partners, federal, state, to make those happen. But in a lot of ways, we are up. If, like the Guyanas watershed, like the watersheds above Albuquerque that were impacted by Las Conchas, like the track fire, these impacts do take decades. The landscape takes decades or centuries to heal, and that is the long tail of the tragedy of these fires.
Thank you.
Let me just add, because notwithstanding everything that you said, and I do understand that it's a process, but the exact, so not your watershed, Scott, and thank you for being here, but the exact thing you just mentioned and what this gentleman was referring to is precisely why we're signing agreements. We actually have one with Colfax County, so that NRCS dollars, which are meant for natural resources restoration, can more quickly and easily flow to where it's needed, which is going to be restoration of this watershed should it be impacted. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a mayor who will probably be impacted and has been impacted quite a bit. The mayor of Cimarron here. Mr. Mayor, what do you think the state government needs to do in order to provide support for your community who operates on a $900,000 budget that does not have hundreds of thousands of dollars set aside when your residents are forced to evacuate or move from point to point. What can the state government do to help you as a small community who is really impacted with this key issue?
Thank you for putting me on the spot. I appreciate that. I think that the collaboration between local government and state government has to be better. The one thing I would tell you, and I'd be willing to put money on it, I bet you there's not anywhere in this state that we have a map that has critical watersheds that are specific to communities. And I say that because that was one of the questions that came out of the fire that we were dealing with most recently, is that we were pointing to these watersheds saying, these are critical to us because this is our lifeline, this is our lifeblood. Our houses are insured, but our watersheds are not. And if they burn, you know, what do we do? So I think there has to be more of an emphasis on identifying those critical watersheds, because in some places you can go and drill an oil or drill a water well and you know, meet the needs of a community. But I don't think that that's always the case with every community. So I think there has to be more collaboration with those local entities. I think that the other part to it, and this is something I've witnessed at least with the incident in Mora. We're very fortunate in Colfax County. We've got small municipalities. So we've got city councils that are able to go out and advocate in places like Mora, where you just have a county commission and one municipality within the whole county. It leaves you starving for leaders who can step up. And so I applaud like communities like Mora, where you saw a lot of unofficial leaders step up. But that's something where I would say in our smaller communities, our local elected leaders have to come to the table, and they have to make sure that our voices are heard, because I'll tell you that even in the two fires, I mean, this is, for us, this is the third time we're dealing with this. I mean, this isn't something new for us. The one thing I will say is that everything I've heard today is the same stuff we said 4 years ago. A lot of stuff doesn't change. We continue to say the same things over and over and over, but it's chaos, right? We're expecting a different result, and unfortunately we haven't gotten better at that. So I would just say, learning from that, I think there's got to be more investment in small communities like Cimarron and Mora. We've got to have more to stand up those industries that we have done away with, like the logging industry. At one time, Cimarron had four sawmills operating in our community. We employed about 300 to 400 people in the county. Those sawmills don't exist anymore. We've been trying to bring the sawmill into our community now for about 2 years, and it's been stalled because of the red tape. So I think that that's a big part of it. All of these problems exist year round for us. They're only exacerbated and amplified when there's a disaster like a fire, but we deal with this year round. So it's not anything new to us. And I think just more collaboration with our small communities from the state level, being on the ground. I think that's the other part to it. You know, we're very fortunate. We see Commissioner C. Richard quite a bit in Colfax County. She makes it time, gives us time and gives us face time. And I think that that's key, that our statewide leaders have to be accessible to us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Owen Burney. I'm the director of the John T. Harrington Forestry Research Center, which is based in Mora. And we were evacuated 2 weeks ago. And interestingly, our research is focused on post-fire restoration. That's kind of ironic where we are right now. And what that means is we deal with reforestation, planting trees in those environments, which is a part of the restoration. We're working in Cimarron with the Philmont Scout Ranch there, and all over across the state, and actually the entire Southwest. And I just have two really important words that really tie to both what we need to do up front in terms of pre-treatment and post-fire treatment, and that is scale and urgency. I cannot emphasize that over and over again. I feel like we have opportunities to build economies on both sides, because the truth is, as much money as we want to throw at our pre-fire treatments, we're not going to be able to tackle this beast very quickly. So we're going to continue to still have large fires. And part of what we need to be doing is thinking about these post-fire environments, which is dealing with the watersheds, dealing with planting trees, dealing with the communities. And so I feel like it's a forgotten component. I know we talk a lot about what we need to do up front, but we cannot treat all these acres overnight. So we still have to work in parallel for that post-fire environment.
Thank you so much. I know we have about 2 minutes left. I do want to do some minor introductions of some folks, and then we're going to have a 30-minute break. We will be back in here at 3 p.m. to start talking about behavioral health and healthcare in rural New Mexico, which is a deep, challenging concern. So those members and county commissioners that are here, can you guys please stand up, please, once again, and take that microphone and introduce yourself from the community you are from, please.
Nathan Dial, Mayor of Estancia.
Philip Mortensen, Mayor of Elephant Butte.
Jerry Rush, Commissioner, Quake County.
Stephen Aldridge, Mayor of Jow. Ernest Sanchez, Mayor of Clayton.
I'm Chris Bryce, the Luna County Manager.
Thank you so much.
Matthew Gonzalez, Mayor of the Village of Cimarron.
Excellent. Any other state leaders, Mr. Sheriff? You're here.
Thank you. Sheriff Glenn Hamilton, Sierra County.
Thank you so much. We are also joined on the floor, and he will be speaking tomorrow, by the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of Transportation. Armando Teller is up in the front. He's joining us on behalf of Secretary Buttigieg today. So thank you so much for being here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little bit of a break. It is 30 minutes. If we can have you back in here at 3 p.m. If you have not picked up your registration badge and you walked in, please do go to the registration area and pick up your badge, because you will need that in order to get into the reception tonight, which will be on the west side of the Capitol building. We have enough food for everybody, so please make sure that you pick up your name badge. Thank you so much.
start with the presentations from Jason and Sixton, right?
Correct.
So basically,
Correct. So we're gonna do, I'll introduce, Judge Leader. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I'll sit over here and then after you've done that.
How are you, sir? In due time, in due time. Yeah, it's fine, perfect.
Melissa also.
Yeah.
So I'll move down one more.
Yeah, we can just bring chairs from the back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here in about 2 minutes. Begin taking your seats. We appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here in about 2 minutes. Begin taking your seats. We did it. Does anybody still have their bill on, please? Okay, let them know that we'll get started in 3 minutes if they can start making their way back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get started here in about 2 minutes. Begin taking your seat.
Please.
The good news is we have all. Winston. It sounds like somebody on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started for this afternoon session. We are going to be looking at healthcare and emergency access in rural New Mexico. This is a key area that affects many of our communities in disproportionate ways. We are very excited to have Judge Jason Lydiard from the New Mexico First Judicial District Court join us today, as well as Melissa Montano from Opry, who will be speaking after him. So Judge Lydiard, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. It's wonderful to be here and to see everyone. 25 miles north of where we gather today is the southeast corner of Rio Arriba County. It starts in downtown Espanola, and from there, the county line heads due east, taking the high road to Taos. It travels through Chimayo, Cordova, Truchas, all the way to Trompas, where it cuts back west and travels to Dixon, drops down into the Rio Grande, and jumps over the mountain to Ojo Caliente. From there, the county line travels north along the path of US 285 all the way to the Colorado border. At the state line, it turns west and follows the border for roughly 120 miles, climbing the Cumbres Pass, crossing the Continental Divide, traversing the upper Rio Chama Valley, past Dulce and the Jicarilla Apache Nation, to stop dead center in Navajo Lake, just outside of the Four Corners area. It then travels southwest, splitting the lake in two before it heads south across the western Badlands, stopping just north of Cuba. From there, the line turns east and passes through the north end of the Jemez Mountains, just below Gallina, Coyote, Youngsville, and Abiquiu, before making its way back to Espanola. That is Rio Arriba County. And within its borders, Rio Arriba stretches a total of 5,890 square miles, a surface area slightly larger than the state of Connecticut. But unlike Connecticut and its 3.5 million population, Rio Arriba boasts just over 40,000 inhabitants. Recent statistics show that roughly 20% of Rio Arriba County lives in poverty, and the median household income is $42,000. For decades, long before the public outcry over the pharmaceutical opioid epidemic, Rio Arriba silently suffered through the heroin epidemic and experienced overdose death rates well above the state and national averages. Only in recent years, when pharmaceutical opioids flooded the market and many communities across the United States experienced spikes in their own overdose death rates, as Rio Arriba County lost its prominence at the top. But Rio Arriba continues to face challenges of an equal force today, as methamphetamine and fentanyl surge into the community. As a district court judge, I preside over felony criminal cases in Rio Arriba County, and I have the privilege of running a drug treatment court in its largest city, Espanola. In carrying out these responsibilities, I interact firsthand with people at the crossroads of our criminal justice system and our public health crisis. From these interactions, I have learned a great deal about the people who come before me, and I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you a few of my observations, and then speak with you about a new form of probation implemented in Rio Arriba County to stop the revolving door of short-term incarceration for technical violations of probation. In the state of New Mexico, possession of any quantity, no matter how small, of heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamine, cocaine, or any Schedule 1 or 2 opioid is a 4th-degree felony. As a result, any person suffering from a substance use disorder associated with one of these controlled substances is always in jeopardy of being charged with a felony whenever they're in possession of the substance that they're addicted to. In addition, because these substances are illegal and can only be obtained from the illicit market, the price of these substances is exorbitant. Consequently, many individuals must resort to some type of criminal activity in order to support their substance use disorder. They engage in theft, fraud, forgery, selling drugs, all of which can constitute a felony. And after doing this for some time, they eventually find themselves before a court, facing felony charges. When they come to court, they come without a lot of things. They come without financial resources. They come without housing, without employment, without education, without transportation. But when they leave court, they always leave with something. And generally what they leave with is a felony conviction and a probation term, along with a belief that they won't have to serve a term of incarceration. All they have to do is comply with probation. Soon they realize, however, that their belief is incorrect, that they will serve a term of incarceration, but it just won't be immediately or for a long duration. Rather, it will be served incrementally and for short durations over the course of their probationary term. The reason why this happens is because the person who first came to court without financial resources, without a job, without housing, without education, now can't find a job because they're a convicted felon, can't get housing because their felony disqualifies them from public housing, can't get an education because they're no longer eligible for student loans, and can't get public assistance such as food stamps because now they're disqualified. So the very person who needs all these things to get on their feet now can't get any of them. And as they struggle in obtaining these basic life necessities to succeed and continue to struggle with their substance use disorder, to make things even more difficult, now they're on probation. And if they violate any of the requirements, then they're at risk of arrest and incarceration. In Rio Arriba County, the 3 most common violations of probation have nothing to do with the commission of a new crime, have nothing to do with violence toward others, and have nothing to do with a risk to the safety of the community or someone else. These violations include positive urinalysis for substance use, failure to complete treatment, and failure to report. Although a violation of any one of these requirements isn't severe enough to justify a lengthy term of incarceration, it does result in the person being incarcerated until the violation is resolved, which can take anywhere between several days to several weeks. As these days and weeks pass by, the negative consequences of short-term incarceration begin to take effect. It only takes a few days for an employer to lose patience and to terminate someone from a job. It only takes a few days to miss paying rent or to not make enough money to pay rent. And it only takes a day for someone to be off their medication, placing their health in risk. And it only takes a day for a spouse to lose the assistance and support of their other half. And it only takes a day for a child to miss their mom or dad and to wonder where they are and if they're ever coming home. These traumas are devastating to the individual and the people who love them. And these traumas significantly disrupt a person's progress in obtaining stability in their life and in their recovery. To correct the issues with short-term incarceration, it's essential to understand why these violations occur. First, positive urinalysis. It's important to know that a person who suffers from substance use disorder is physiologically and psychologically dependent on the substance that they're addicted to. That means that they must use the substance to feel well, to be functional, to avoid being ill and experiencing withdrawal, to soothe themselves, and to cope with stress, anxiety, and most often, underlying trauma or abuse. This means that they don't have a choice in their substance use, and that is critical to understanding substance use disorder. Substance use is not volitional when a person has a substance use disorder. Furthermore, it's important to know that it took that person a very long time to acquire their substance use disorder, and it's not going away overnight. And it's not going away just because a judge tells them that they're not allowed to use anymore. For these reasons, testing a person who has a substance use disorder to see if they're using the substance that they're addicted to, and then incarcerating them when they do test positive, is setting that person up for failure. Subjecting individuals to testing who have a substance use disorder also impairs their ability and willingness to comply with other requirements of probation. For example, if an individual knows that when they report to probation that they'll be tested and that they're going to test positive, then that person is not going to report to probation in the first place. So instead of an arrest or a positive urinalysis, that person now has an arrest warrant for failing to report. But for those who are brave enough to report, knowing that they'll test positive, they might get lucky and their probation officer might give them a break. But if positive tests persist, then eventually they will be arrested, or the probation officer will require them to go to treatment, but not treatment of their choice, rather treatment of the probation officer's choice, which leads us to the second violation, failure to complete treatment. When a probation officer orders treatment, it's mandatory. The person on probation has to go, and they have to complete it, whether or not they want to. So if they go to treatment and they don't like the program, or it's not the right fit, or not the right time in their recovery, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, if they don't complete the treatment, then it's a violation and they're subject to arrest. Most individuals know this and never report again after failing to complete treatment. The next time we see them is when they're arrested on a warrant for failing to report. And that brings us to the last violation. The reasons for a person failing to report to probation are countless, and most often are dependent on the person and their circumstances. But the following are a few of the most common reasons. First, most people that come before the court don't have access to transportation. They don't have their own vehicle, and if they do, it's not a guarantee that it will start every time they turn the key. And for those who don't have a vehicle, they have to rely on a friend or family, and sometimes a promise of a ride falls through last minute. Second, most people that come before the court have a hard time keeping track of dates. None of them maintain an Outlook calendar to alert them of their next meeting or appointment. And since they don't have a consistent schedule or a stable place to live, keeping track of dates becomes extremely difficult. Third, sometimes they just forget to report. It happens, and it happens to all of us. Fourth, they don't have a choice in when they report. They're given a date and time, and that is when they have to report. There's no negotiation about it, and if they have a scheduling conflict, accommodations are seldom made. Fifth, most individuals don't have a good relationship with their probation officer. This is important to understand, and it's not necessarily the probation officer's fault either. It's the position that they are put in. Probation officers are placed in the odd situation of performing two inherently conflicting roles at the exact same time. First, they have to be a social worker, And second, they have to be a compliance officer. As a social worker, their role is to rehabilitate and assist the person in addressing issues and difficulties in their life so that circumstances improve and the person becomes a productive member of society. At the same time, as a compliance officer, this role is to detect anything that indicates that the person might recidivate and to hold them accountable, typically by arrest and incarceration. As a result, the probation officer, who is there to help, is also there to harm. This dichotomy eliminates any potential to the development of trust between the individual and the probation officer, and it prevents open and honest discussion about the real issues and difficulties the person is facing so that they can get the help that they need. After years of observing these violations occurring over and over again and watching people going in and out of jail, it became necessary to try an alternative form of probation in Rio Arriba County. It's called peer-supported probation. And it takes supervision out of the hands of probation officers and it puts it in the hands of peer support workers. A peer support worker is someone who was previously involved in the criminal justice system and who has found their way out of it. A peer support worker is also someone who previously suffered from substance use disorder and who found their way to recovery. Because they've walked in the same shoes as those they supervise, peer support workers have the ability to relate, to understand, and to gain trust, which allows participants to be open and honest with their peer support worker so that they can actually address the problems that they face and so that they can get the help that they need. Peer-supported probation has flexible reporting requirements that are less likely to produce violations. Of course, individuals still need to report, but peer support workers are obligated to work around the participant's schedule, and if necessary, to meet participants where they're at, as opposed to making participants come to them. And in peer-supported probation, there is no mandatory treatment. Treatment is the choice of the participant. Giving participants a say in their own treatment provides them with agency and control of their own lives. And for individuals who have always been told what to do by authority figures, to finally have the power to make their own decisions greatly increases the likelihood that they will actually follow through with and complete their treatment. The only way to violate peer-supported probation is to commit a new crime, which in my mind is what we as a society are truly wanting to stop. Therefore, unless and until a new crime is committed, peer support workers are there to do everything in their power to help that person and to keep them out of jail. Ladies and gentlemen, peer-supported probation has been in operation for 1 year and 6 months in Rio Arriba County. In that time, it has shown promising results in reducing short-term incarceration and increasing connectivity with resources necessary to prevent recidivism and to overcome substance use. It is my humble opinion that to improve our criminal justice system, we must incorporate those who have been affected by it the most. That's what peer-supported probation does. It gives peers a seat at the table and an opportunity to a system that they understand better than anyone. I thank you all for giving me your time and attention today, and I hope that when you leave here and return to your communities, you might look around your table and find a seat for a peer support worker.
Thank you, Judge Lydiard. And Militia Montano, please.
How do I follow that? I'll just look in Mr. Roger Montoya's eyes and I'm nervous. This is true. My name is Militia Montano. I am the program manager for the Office of Peer Recovery and Engagement in the state of New Mexico. First of all, let me tell you that I am a woman in long-term recovery. Thank you. I'm honored to be here today for the first annual rural peer summit, not peer summit. We just got back from one. Excuse me. I wear my heart on my sleeve. You know, I speak with truth, and I'm accountable today. And let me just tell you that I'm also employable. I'm here to welcome everyone and each one of you who are here and in recovery, and to my peers out there. I may sound a little bit discombobulated. It's because we've been in Glorieta for the past 11 days, helping the fire victims. And when we're asked to do not a job, to step up to the plate, we are. So I am one of 600 certified peers in the state of New Mexico. And the reason that we can do that is because we're testaments to why recovery matters. We're here today living and breathing the joy of life on the new path that we have all chosen, because we've chosen to be well, to stay well, and to help others recover from mental health, addiction, abuse, homelessness, everything that Judge Lydiard mentioned, incarceration, violence, racism. Many of you may know this, but I'm here so proud. Today I have 12 years, 10 months, and 12 days of continuous recovery. That also means that my mental health also benefits, and so does society. And here I am today helping lead peer recovery in our wonderful state of Nuevo Mexico. Well, I'm honored to be here and in this leadership role. I couldn't be here today were it not for my parents, my grandparents, and family members who never stopped believing in me, ever. And despite many years of mistakes, burnt bridges, and lost friendships, and loss of loved ones, to exactly what Judge was talking about, I'm very humbled to be here today to welcome. I stand proud, very proud to be in recovery. And I have to remind myself and that I deserve to be sober, clean, and a partner in mental wellness. Not only are we here today to break down the stigma of all that, addiction, alcoholism, everything that we mentioned here today, health challenges, but together we can make our familias and our counties and our communities, ourselves, proud of who we are at this very moment. You know, yo soy una Latina orgullosa, soy una mujer muy fuerte y soy una persona libre de adicción y alcoholismo. Hay un dicho aquí en Nuevo México que dice, uno es el arquitecto de su propio destino. Hoy estamos unidos para apoyar a los que necesitan ayuda, para que puedan vivir una vida libre de dolor y de adicción. And what that means in English for me is that I'm a very strong, proud Latina, and I'm here, a person free of addiction. And what that means is that we are the architect of our own destiny. Today, we are here to help support those in need. Certified peer support work is crucial in the state of New Mexico. And we have an amazing training program, and we have manpower, and we want to give back to our communities, and we are on fire. We are those people that will walk back into a fire with buckets of water and pull you out. We meet you where you are. I had the honor, the almost honor of meeting Judge Jason Lydiard in Tierra Maria, because that is where I'm from. That is where I'm raised. That is where my familia is. I believe that my trauma started when I was 5 years old. I am the granddaughter of Eloy Salazar Sr. He was a murdered jailer and back in 1967. You know, and I believe that that's where it all started. But when I was 13 years old, I picked up that alcohol, that first beer, and I thought I knew I had found my friend for life. And what Judge talked about earlier was, you know, for 24 years of my life, you know, I couldn't function from 13 to 48. You know, I will never retire from years served first at state government, but I will retire because I'm a woman in long-term recovery. You know, I had the honor of working with Judge Litter in Tierra Maria. Rio Arriba County, from where I'm at, gave me my second chance. And when I went and asked for a job in Rio Arriba County, when I was clean and sober, they said the only place that we have right now, militia, is the detention center. And I said, well, ma'am, I will take that job, and we will do good things in there. Because not only was I there when they built that jail, I made my way back into that jail as a prisoner. And then 17 years later, I made my way back in there to give back. So I have made full amends to the county of Rio Arriba, and I continue to sit on a platform to help all the peers in the state of New Mexico. Our resources are thin, but we're here because I'm here to advocate for CPSW work, because it works, because we give back. We are hope dispensers. That is what happens. And we follow a code of ethics, like therapists follow their code of ethics. We went to a school that almost killed us. And little did I know that this is where my higher power wanted me, right here with you all. And CPSW work must continue because it is evidence-based. And we're here to give back and help. Mr. Montoya, lo agradezco, Judge Lydiard, and everyone on this panel. I'm honored to sit here with you. I have chills because I think my last time in this building here was when I was little and we came on a field trip. And I'm a 60-year-old woman in July. And dreams do come true, and recovery is possible.
Thank you, Judge Lydiard, and Militia, thank you so much for sharing your really warm remarks. This is a perfect segue. We have fires burning in northern New Mexico, but we also have an under fire that is burning in our communities, and that is behavioral health. We don't really fully comprehend what that means. We had 2 years of COVID where people were locked up and kind of isolated to themselves. We have individuals that will now go back to their communities that will be charred and unrecognizable. What does that now mean to those individuals? What services can we provide? This next panel will be moderated by our good friend, Senator Jerry Ortiz-Pino. And we have invited a long dais of individuals. I'm going to try to get through everybody really quickly and then turn it over to the senator. From the Cabinet Secretary from New Mexico Veterans Affairs Department, Secretary Sonia Smith is here. The Cabinet Secretary for Aging and Long-Term Services, Katrina Holtram Lopez. We have Dr. Catherine Ortega Courtney. We have the Reverend Ann Haynes Egan. Bernalillo County District Attorney Raul Torres. Lauren Reichel is joining us online from Rio Arriba. Lori Lee from the Rio Grande Adult Treatment Program. Kristen Oriskoff, I believe, the DOH School-Based Health Centers Director. We have Orion Showers, is that correct? Arian Showers? She's not here, okay. Jolene Martinez. Okay, perfect. Lori Lucero. Lisa Daniel from the Olive Tree. Rose Ann Vasquez from Las Cruces. Dr. Trinidad Orgullo. and Susan Welger, the Executive Advisor for the Center for Health Innovation. Okay. And then we also do have Lona Valdez, the Director of Hickory Behavioral Health in Dulce, New Mexico. Senator, the panel is yours.
Well, thank you, Isaac, and thank you all for being willing to be here. With this many panelists, we've had to establish a few ground rules. One is we only have 2 questions. The first one will consist of the first 15 minutes of our time. We'll try to answer that question. The second will take up the second 15 minutes. The first question, and each of you, I'm going to ask you to keep your responses as brief as you possibly can, so that we can give everybody a chance to respond. But the very first question is, from your view, working in your community, what do you think is the single biggest need in terms of behavioral health services that you do not have now available to you in your communities? And remember, behavioral health services is the all-encompassing term that we use for mental illness, for alcoholism, and for drug addiction. So we'll just start. Why don't we start down on the end over here on the left and give everybody a chance to answer. Well, you got the mic right in front of you. Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. So my name is Lana Valdez. I'm the director at Hickory Behavioral Health. We have a comprehensive behavioral health program that is very limited. Lack of resources is the biggest issue that we face.
Financial resources?
Services.
Services.
Yeah, psychiatric services. We have a crisis intervention team. Most of the time when we have someone who's suicidal, our closest resource is in Farmington, which is 86 miles away. By the time we transport, usually they've already, calmed down, they're stable, and so we end up bringing them back. Or we get there and there are no beds available in the state of New Mexico for our person. So what we end up doing sometimes is going to Colorado Springs, Pagosa Springs in Colorado, and we're finding now that they have better resources available in Colorado. So our clients end up going to Denver, Colorado Springs, Grand Junction areas.
Good, thank you. Who's next? Lori, go ahead.
My name is Lori Lee Archuleta, and I'm the operations manager for Rio Grande Adult Treatment Program in Taos, Las Vegas, and Raton. We provide outpatient services as well as 3 treatment courts. We have a DWI treatment court in Las Vegas, an adult treatment court. Taos has a domestic violence court and an adult drug court, and Raton has an adult drug court. I am also a lifelong Taosenian. I'm a generational Taosenian and a woman living in long-term sobriety. I get to work I am a product from Rio Grande. I'm a former client. So I get to work in my passion and with my people, which is important because I'm standing here as a woman I recovered in my community and I beat that stigma. And that's important, to have fear and stigma to walk into somewhere and say, I can't live anymore. So as I stand here before you, we're hurting. There's no access to care. I mean, we're coming with ideas outside of the box to get psych evals and wait lists to get mental health for our clients. Right now we're having this, I don't even have words for what's happening in Las Vegas and Mora right now and in Colfax. And our clients are missing. We're trying to figure out where they're at. We're trying to figure out how to get to them and see if they have water, food, shelter, and it's amazing. And so that's where we're lacking. There's no beds for residential. We've been trying since 2019 to open a detoxing house with red tape. We take 6 steps forward and 10 steps back. You know, and we are making headway in San Miguel with the New Mexico Recovery Center. That's going to be a wraparound center for that San Miguel, Guadalupe, and Mora County. But, you know, now we're at a standstill. What's going to happen with the fire? Because that first and foremost is going to come first. And that's really where we're hurting, is where do we send people? Because there's not enough space throughout the state.
So the hospital in Taos does not have a detox facility attached to it? Okay.
Hi, I'm Reverend Dr. Ann Hazegan, and I do community building consulting around the state. What I've seen in the rural communities, where I live in a rural community and I work with many rural communities, there are a couple of things. There's not enough. We don't have enough resources. They're hard to access. We have lack of alignment with a lot of policies and certification requirements. And we need to create behavioral health that really fits for our rural communities, guided by the voices in our rural communities.
Let's go online then. We've got 3 panelists online. Lauren, why don't you start?
Hello. Thank you, Senator. I'm Lauren Reichel. I'm the Director of Health and Human Services for Rio Arriba County, and very proud to say that the programs that our first 2 speakers were discussing, Judge Lydiard and Militia, those are both CPSW programs run out of our office, and we're so proud to be associated with you both. I really see 3 main issues facing rural communities. The first, and 2 of them have been really exacerbated by COVID. So the first is workforce. It was always bad, but we have lost 50% of our social workers, our teachers, and our nurses. And there is real difficulty getting homegrown folks to be able to pass, say, the entrance exams to the nursing school. So we've got to develop a pipeline into healthcare for our young people. The second is developing a stable funding source such as Medicaid. The rules that govern Medicaid and the way the state manages county finances conflict. So we really need some assistance from the state, especially at a county level, to be able to run Medicaid without running afoul of it. It's very complicated and it's difficult for small providers and for counties. And the third issue is housing and recovery housing. And one thing that COVID made really clear is we kicked everybody out of the jail. There was nowhere to put them. And we've been substituting over incarceration for actually housing people. In a rural community like ours, it's very hard to develop housing because Espanola, for example, is divided between 5 jurisdictions or more. We have Rio Arriba County, Santa Fe County, the city of Espanola, San Juan or Okeowinge Pueblo, Santa Clara Pueblo, and then there's 3 housing authorities. And trying to get all of those entities to work together is really difficult. I think we need the state to play a leadership role both with the Medicaid issue and with the housing issue. Not to mention NIMBYism when it comes to housing. The stigma is tremendous, and so we really need help locating a site and not having it shot down by the neighbors.
Good. Thank you, Lauren. How about Jolene? Jolene Martinez from FYI.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Jolene Martinez. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for a longstanding Southwest Regional Community Mental Health Center, Families and Youth Innovations Plus. I'll try and be brief with what I feel are some of our infrastructure challenges here in the Southwest region. We definitely struggle with behavioral health workforce, namely a bilingual behavioral health workforce, especially reaching into areas like Sunland Park, Chaparral, Anapra, where 80% of the primary language spoken in the home is Spanish. So we have a lot of challenges there, including infrastructure for technology, Wi-Fi access, even to do telehealth or teleremote services into those areas. I believe another challenge for us here in the region is crossing administrative hurdles in opening up critical service program areas like sober living, receiving centers, crisis triage facilities. These are challenges in big metro area. We consider Las Cruces a bigger city here in the Southwest region, and that's a challenge here with our administrative authorities. So scaling those kind of resources into the rural area just seems even more complicated, if not impossible. We would really like to see, instead of the state making really micro program investments in organizations, that they make long-term strategic planning investments in organizations that allow us to scale up and scale out into regional communities and rural communities, because with micro investments, it leaves organizations' abilities to plan long-term really a challenge. I think many of us would scale our services to these rural communities if we knew that there was long-term infrastructure. And so I think those are some of the primary challenges. And lastly, I think it would benefit all behavioral health providers if we were able to build targeted case management. This is just being able to assist patients who are struggling with substance use disorder or serious mental illness by helping them meet their basic levels of care, housing, food insecurity, driver's license, just these things that the judge spoke about in the beginning that are just make their lives livable, much less being able to access substance use services or mental illness services. So thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Good, thank you, Jolene. Then there's somebody else online, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but you're wearing a green dress. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Lisa.
That's Lisa. Lisa Daniel from the Olive Tree. Very good.
Hello, my name is Lisa Daniel. I'm from the Olive Tree Creative Arts Community Center in Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. We are a comprehensive community support agency, and we work within the community providing behavioral health services, substance abuse services, and we also work with the justice involved. Whenever we were asked to come up with, what one resource is needed, I have to echo the other people in the panel. I couldn't come up with just one. One of the most important things that I've seen in the past year or so is that we need more inpatient treatment centers. We've got a huge backlog of people waiting for mental health beds, and that causes a lot of problems if we don't have the right treatment centers available for people in need. The next thing that I feel like is huge is transportation. Within our agency, we average transporting about 80 clients a month. And that's just for the clients that we're serving. And so I can just imagine how many people in our community need transportation services to get to their medical appointments, to court, to get to any kind of therapeutic treatment. And we have nothing here in Sierra County. One of the other things is housing. Of course, we need more transitional housing. Our program does offer a transitional housing here in Sierra County that's funded by a grant. And if it were to go away, it would be a huge, huge loss to the community because it has helped a lot of people with substance abuse issues and those coming out of incarceration. And finally, the last thing, and professionals. We have a huge lack of licensed professionals that can come in and provide the treatment services that we need in Sierra County. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa. I'm going to go to District Attorney Torres from Bernalillo County to share with us his view about what's needed.
Thank you, Senator. And if I could offer one strategic piece of advice to policymakers in Santa Fe, it would actually be to really focus and hone in on the devastating impact of adverse childhood experiences and early childhood trauma. As somebody who spent the better part of my life inside the criminal justice system, I can tell you that the story of individuals who have been impacted by substance abuse disorders and mental health disorders, the story of their life is remarkably the same. And it often starts 0 to 5 with an addicted parent, an episode of sexual violence, physical violence, abuse, neglect in the home. And those traumas build up over time and they compound over time. And they impact the ability of a person to manage life in a way that many of us take for granted. And they are stabilized in ways that we can't understand. And we as members of the criminal justice system have to recognize the role that we play in creating adverse childhood experiences. Today in Albuquerque, prosecutors in my office will send someone's parent to prison. And for those of you who haven't really thought about it, you should understand that tomorrow their children will go to APS. And do you know what services we provide for those children? None. And they start to struggle and they start to fall behind and they start to follow in a similar path. And maybe a mom or an aunt or grandmother is trying to step in and fill the void because maybe mom is addicted and they can't manage it. And they find on the streets oftentimes a family that they've tried to replace, that they don't have at the home. They don't have access to services in mental health, so they start treating themselves with substances that they find on the street to make themselves feel better. And sooner or later, if we don't intervene in that path, they are much more likely to end up in prison than they are to successful lives. And we can do better. But we have to make a concerted effort to find those kids and put them on a different path in a way that we never have before. Inside the district attorney's office, we've created a new program that connects the children of the incarcerated with social workers and navigators to try and stabilize them in their home life, to get them access to mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment, so that we can break the cycle of incarceration. If you don't address early childhood trauma, you won't affect this problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Raul. Sisto, did you want to add anything? Do you have anything you want to add? Use the mic if you can.
My name's Sixto Aguirre. I'm a CPSW, so I'm also in long-term recovery. I work with Rio Arriba County Health and Human Services, and I do the peer-supported probation. I think what we're lacking in our county is just more resources, also, and a detox. You know, I'd really love to see a detox center in Rio Arriba County, be a lot easier, and also to get our clients in faster when they want to go in that day. You know, when my clients go in and say, you know what, I'm ready, I want to go to a treatment, I would love to be able to just call one of the treatment centers and be like, oh, hey, is there a bed available? Can I take my client in right now? Because if we wait a day, a week, a month, we're not going to get them. You know, they're going to change their mind. Like I said, I'm in recovery myself, and I was drinking and using since I was 10 years old, and I barely quit almost 6 years ago. So I just want to see, you know, treatment centers. I mean, I know all the paperwork. I know there has to be all that paperwork, but it would be really nice just to get our clients in as soon as possible. Even if the next day, that would be, you know, awesome too. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sisto. Did I miss anybody on the panel that wanted to answer the first question? Yes.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Dr. Catherine Ortega Courtney. I'm the co-director of the Anna Age 8 Institute at New Mexico State University. And we are the first institute funded specifically for the purpose of preventing adverse childhood trauma and social adversity. We are dedicated to the mission of ensuring that 100% of residents have access to 10 vital services. And we consider behavioral health care a surviving service. So our initiative starts with a survey of residents in a community, and we do this on a county basis. And we ask them if they've ever tried to access behavioral health care, and if so, what were the barriers? So we have reports on our website, anah8.nmsu.edu, which outlines specific barriers for each county that we've surveyed, and we have several more underway, including Bernalillo and Santa Fe. So we'll be getting data on that very soon. But what we find is the reasons do vary by county. So the barriers are important to look at on a county by county basis, especially for rural communities. But what you've heard so far on the panel today rings true for almost every county we've surveyed. There aren't enough providers, transportation is an issue, and a lot of times people don't know where to access the service, even if they want it. So I encourage you to look at our reports on our website, anah8.nmsu.edu, for specific barriers to behavioral health, as well as other vital services in rural counties.
Good. Thank you, Catherine. Dr. Jerry Harrison, who helps recruit people for the behavioral health workforce statewide, as well as the medical workforce, is online with us. And Jerry, I wanted to give you a chance to say something if you wanted to begin the process of answering our second question, which is, what are those barriers? But you can answer any question you want. You don't have to follow the exam.
Well, I'm executive director of New Mexico Health Resources, a 40-year-old not-for-profit that recruits health professionals to the state. New Mexico suffers from a lot of the national demographic issues confronting the workforce. We have a much older workforce at every level than most every other state. I also see that there is a difficulty from the recruitment side of being able to refer people to organizations that can afford to pay them competitive wages. And I really want to stress, competitive means being competitive, not just with Arizona, Colorado, and Texas. It means being competitive with New York and California. And that's a huge issue. We don't have a financial system that some people have alluded to that allows for dollars to flow to organizations that don't have such heavy strings upon them, and that for a lot of organizations, subsisting on Medicaid means that you take a loss on every single patient, and there aren't other sources of revenue available to them. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Jerry. That's very helpful. Okay, anybody else want to take a stab at what you've seen as a barrier that might not have been brought up yet? Good. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah.
So recovery housing. So SAMHSA states that there's 4 successful points when you leave a facility, a treatment center, and that's home, health, community, and purpose. So home is the very first thing. I believe we have all the most amazing detailed discharge planning. But if we do not have a home to go to and a safe space where, of course, I'm going to mention again, certified peer support workers, family peer support workers, and now most recently, youth peer support workers, employed at these facilities and earning a living wage and being able to be with our community in our respected communities, people that they get to see who they grew up with, you know, help in their treatment, along with clinicians and of course, social workers, just being part of the team and going with national guidelines of recovery housing and having the community buy into this, because it's so needed. We could build all the treatment centers in the world, but if we don't have recovery housing for people to get on that platform and on the good foot, you know.
Great.
Yeah.
Very good point. Thank you, Melissa. Who else? Anybody else want? Senator Linda Lopez had to leave a little earlier, but a few years ago, she had a proposal to work with grandparents raising their grandchildren. Turns out it's a statewide phenomenon of incredible proportions. Just in Bernalillo County, the estimate was that there are 30,000 grandkids being raised by their grandparents, mostly because the parents are in jail or in some kind of involved in drugs or alcohol to the extent that they can't function as parents themselves. That may be another place for our intervention with those grandparents who are trying to fill the gap. Anybody else want to bring up something that you know of that has not already been mentioned that might be considered a barrier to getting behavioral health services in place? Yes, Secretary Holcomb.
One of the barriers that I don't think we talk much about is just asking for the help that you need. And, you know, we talk about grandparents raising grandchildren. And of course, I'm in charge of aging and long-term services. And this generation doesn't ask for that kind of help. This generation pushes down any sort of substance use, ACE scores, you know, anything, any sort of social determinants of health that could then allow a child to be successful, you know, in another state, or if they were stabilized. So when we talk about, you know, some of the barriers, it is the cultural bias, I think, or the barriers that we could be asking for help in any sort of mental health issue that we have, whether it's substance use, whether it's addiction, or incarceration, which we see quite a bit. So we end up with generational abuse after abuse, and people are afraid or don't know how to ask for help. And so this is where I think our wonderful peer support workers really come in breaking some of those barriers that people may not even recognize are trauma. And so kudos to our peer support workers and to our community health workers out there, making sure that they make a difference.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Senator,
anybody else want
may
to bring up something that has not been raised yet?
Senator, may I expand a little bit on what I said about Medicaid and the barrier? So Medicaid is really complicated for counties especially, and for small nonprofits to manage. And there's several problems with it. One is that the services that are reimbursed do not align with the services that we need to provide. So you end up providing services that are not necessarily the ones our clients need to complete recovery, because that's what's required. A second problem is the way the state manages counties. It does not allow us to go into the red for any single line item. And so Medicaid is all reimbursement. And so it's very difficult to start up. Plus, a lot of us have difficulty managing it and knowing how to not get in trouble when we have both federal grants and Medicaid, because we don't want to get charged with double billing or with fraud. And so I think we really need some technical assistance from the state, and we need the state to reach out and talk to us about how we might realign Medicaid services so that they supply what are actually needed by our clients.
Great, thank you, Lauren. A few years ago, I remember the state ended Medicaid reimbursement for case management, of all things. You know, why they did that at that time, who knows, but it left many people unable to actually provide case management because they had no way to pay the people who were doing the case management, which was a desperately needed service. I understand there's, yeah. Yes, Bryce Pittenger from the Behavioral Health Collaborative.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bryce Pittenger, CEO of the Behavioral Health Collaborative. I said I would just be here in the state role to support, but I'm getting excited. I have to say, I hear you about the Medicaid back office billing and the technical assistance, and we are working on that. And I think that one of the pieces that got brought up first, maybe by Judge Lydiard and then Mr. Torres, with regards to adverse childhood experiences, you know, there's some opportunities that we have there, because we know that having a parent incarcerated or a parent with substance use disorder isn't adverse childhood experiences. So why aren't we getting in there with some prevention and early intervention services like your program there, you know, to be able to, what Dr. Courtney said, mitigate those ACEs as they're happening. What we're doing now is waiting for them to get worse, to present as long-term mental illness and the you know, the symptoms in order to get the reimbursement and the help that folks need. And so one thing I do see as a barrier, Senator, is the business model. The business model for local communities, and Lauren's touching on that we often create provider types based on an urban setting. Crisis triage and stabilization centers are a great example of that. You have to have 80,000 folks in order to crack that nut. And so a lot of our communities can't have crisis and stabilization centers. So I think that with the centralized government, it's like you really got to mean it to figure out how you work with local communities to get those services that Lauren's talking about that folks need that aren't necessarily even reimbursed by Medicaid. So I had to say, but thank you for the opportunity.
Great, thank you, Bryce. Yes, Raul.
And just to follow up on that, I want to really make a public safety argument also for the need for these types of investments. The Adobe program has been operating in Bernalillo County in the juvenile detention center there for a number of years. And to give you a sense of the challenge, 75% of the boys and 87% of the girls in juvenile detention in Bernalillo County had 5 or more ACEs. 5. That's being the victim of sexual assault, living with an addicted parent, living in a home with an incarcerated parent. And the Adobe program had a really novel model where they would go out after a juvenile was incarcerated and would enroll not only the juvenile, but their parents in services, mental health and behavioral health services. And the recidivism rate for those families, for those kids, was less than 20%. The recidivism rate for the kids that did not get services was nearly 80%. So you can save money and lives and lower the rate of incarceration if you just change the nature of how we're spending some of those dollars. But here's the sad part. The Adobe program almost ran out of money a few years ago because it doesn't have a stable funding source. And it's something that I think has really benefited Bernalillo County, and it's something that should be accessible statewide, including in rural communities.
Great idea. Thank you, Raul.
Senator,
yeah.
Could I make a comment that might transition? I know there's another question coming. And I have a comment that might transition, and that is, it seems critically important that we create long-term strategies that include significant economic investment in our rural communities, so that our rural communities can work in partnership with the state and with economic development organizations, state and federal level, to really invest in all the kind of things that people have been talking about. And many of us have read studies in the work that I've done. They're national studies, and I wrote a report on Rock the Intercepts that looked at what happens when people go to jail and what the costs are. The costs, social, economic, familial, community, health costs for incarceration. You're looking at $60,000 to $100,000 a year per person just for the economic costs. And if we start to do studies of that and we look at the return on investment, and when you invest a small amount in a program like what Rio Arriba's doing with you and Militia and Sixto, and we also look at what's happening. I know about Sierra County, the recidivism rate drops from the 80s or 90s down to the 30s. Do some return on investment with those statistics. And if we could have upfront investment in our communities, that's part of the problem. And Lauren's referred to that. We need significant upfront investment, because what many of our rural communities are doing, we're trying to put one piece at a time and piece it together like a patchwork quilt with one piece of funding or another. But if there's significant investment, then the return on that investment over 5 to 10 years, I think would be really amazing. Thank you.
Good, thank you. And as a final comment, I'm going to turn to Representative Lujan.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you to all the panelists that are here, and really thank you to Representative Montoya for putting this together and having us talk on this topic. This is something near and dear to many of us, and something that I've been working on especially. But one thing I didn't hear brought up today was the effect of COVID in our schools particularly, and on our educators, and addressing that issue and just the behavioral health aspect within our schools. I heard DA Torres bring this up a little bit, when we don't have much of a response in our schools. Well, we've had a report on that, and that is absolutely true. We don't have the workforce. We don't have our counselors in place. We don't have behavioral health experts, and we don't have the social workers in place. And I think deciding how we do that has been something that we have been really trying to address. And so everything that was brought up here today is really near and dear to all of us, like I said. But I think one of the biggest aspects was brought by the Secretary when we look at the cultural effects and language and those as being barriers, which is really, really significant. And I think that all of these get put into this puzzle that we're talking about, and where's that money that we invested, that we put into our state budget, and how is it being spent is really crucial, and how we're making these decisions. And I just want to say, please reach out to all of us. This is an opportunity. We do put some money and funding into our budget, specifically in behavioral health. I'm glad to see that we have our agencies here representing this issue, but this is important, and asking these questions and how we really build that workforce. But it's across our state. Our state has been devastated and decimated in this profession, and how we rebuild that is crucial, especially in our rural communities, as we all know, and why we're here today addressing that. But I didn't hear that response, and knowing and I wasn't here at the very beginning, but the fentanyl epidemic that we have in crisis in our state right now, and which we did address through our legislation as well, and our harm reduction, a bill that was passed and signed by our governor. These are awarenesses. These are things that we have put in place, and how are we all corresponding with one another and communicating is, to me, a huge issue. And I know we have a lot of things that we're having discussions within our agencies, but how are we putting the boots on the ground, or all of us here today participating in that? Thank you, and I appreciate the time.
Good. Thank you, Representative. Well, we're out of time. I just want to thank the panel, a terrific group of people. We didn't really get much below those first two questions. That is, what are the problems you see, and what are the barriers to dealing with those problems? For the solutions, we'll come back at 5 o'clock, I guess, with the solutions opportunity to discuss some of the solutions.
Yes, Senator. So everybody, if you have a solution for this specific issue or other issues, at 5 o'clock is when we're going to have the debate in the House, and we'll be able to start solving how we get through that. So big hand of applause for everybody on this panel. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to transition into our aging and veterans panel. So if the dais can go ahead, quickly remove yourselves. And while they're doing that, this part of the panel will be moderated by Senator Harold Pope Jr. We will be joined by Claudia Reisner, who is the chair of the Veterans Caucus, Secretary Sonia Smith from New Mexico Department of Veterans Affairs, as well as Katrina Holtum. So if they can go ahead and take your seats up at the top, and we'll go ahead and have the senator help us with this panel.
Just one of these chairs with a mic.
You gonna try the other side?
All right, we will go ahead and get started. I know folks are still kind of moving out. Senator Harold Pope Jr., and I'll have the honor to moderate this. I'm a retired Air Force officer myself. And joining me on this panel, we have Claudia Reisner, Captain, retired U.S. Navy, and also the chair of the Veterans Caucus. We have Secretary Sonia Smith, who is the Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Department of Veteran Affairs. And we have Secretary Katrina Hochram Lopez, who is the Cabinet Secretary for Aging and Long-Term Services Department. I also want to highlight that we have two veterans serving on this panel. Secretary Smith is also an Air Force veteran. So we'll start off with some questions and we'll see how far we go. And I will just allow any one of you to kind of jump in. The first question: New Mexico has one VA medical center and it's located in Albuquerque. 51% of New Mexico veterans live in rural communities in the 5th largest state in the US. The New Mexico DVS provides transportation for veterans in 15 of New Mexico's 33 counties, leaving veterans in the remaining 18 counties to fend for themselves. Is this transportation support adequate? If not, what needs to be done? You have to hold the button.
Okay. All right then. Thank you so much, Senator Pope, for the question. The short answer is no, it's not adequate. And what my agency is trying to do, what we are going to do, is to make improvements in that area. Right now, we have a highly rural transportation grant that helps us to get veterans to their appointments, but it's not enough money. So what we're doing is we're looking at other opportunities where we can partner with agencies like Aging and Long-Term Care, because they have vans in those areas. So we're looking at how we can leverage those relationships. So this is an ongoing issue. We are acutely aware of it. We're also in conversations with the VA Medical Center themselves, because they have to take some responsibility in this as well. So there's a new medical, well, he's not a medical director, he's a director of the VA Medical Center. We meet on a monthly basis, and we're actually going to be holding monthly meetings now to discuss how we can improve on transportation. So it is an ongoing issue. We're also looking at how we can partner better with the disabled American veterans. They offer free transportation to the different community-based outreach clinics across the state, in addition to the VA Medical Center. And we've also put the American Legion on notice too. We want them to step up and do more. We know that the pandemic brought a lot of challenges, but it also brought a lot of opportunity for us to get this right. So it is absolutely unfolding as a dynamic issue, and we're doing everything in our power to make sure that veterans get to their medical appointments.
First, I want to say, why is the Veterans and Aging grouped together? Do we all want to get old? Yeah, I think so. Claudia Reisner with the Veterans and Military Families Caucus. It's really great to hear that. I live out in a rural area. I'm in Tijeras. We've got about 400 vets and family members in our caucus. And when we call around through the membership, we hear that this is one of the most challenging things, getting into the Albuquerque Medical Center or to one of the clinics, but especially getting into Albuquerque. And there are vets and neighbors helping vets, driving, cars break down. It's a mess. So I gotta say, I'm just really impressed, Secretary. I think that there's no way that you can handle it, the whole thing, DVS alone, but to collaborate with other agencies is really the way to go. It's great. Thank you.
So the reason why we're grouped together is because there's so many special populations, and there are a lot of veterans who are over the age of 55 and nearing 60 and or 60 and older. And so this is a problem, you know, that's not just compartmentalized. This needs to be a problem that we solve for everyone, whether you're a senior or whether you're a veteran. How do we make transportation work, especially in our rural and frontier areas in New Mexico? And so, you know, aligning with Secretary Smith's leadership and figuring out how we can partner and what tools that we have and what we can utilize to leverage to get people not only into Albuquerque, but man, some of them need to go to El Paso, others need to go to Lubbock. And so how do we make a system work and develop a streamline of transportation that will accommodate most? And then we're left with figuring out what to do with those special cases. And so that's where we want to do, where we want to be is chipping away at this problem until it's solved for all New Mexicans. So I really appreciate that discussion. It's really critical that we solve transportation.
Yes. And this seems to be an issue and kind of the theme that we've been talking about with some of the other panels, right? Just really providing those resources to these rural areas so that they can really support many of these veterans. And that needs to be coming from the state and the federal level. The second question is, New Mexico has VA clinics that need more of everything: staff, transportation, broader medical care, behavioral diagnosis and treatment, women's health care, and more modern equipment. How can veterans who live in rural communities get the high quality health care they were promised when they join the military?
Thanks again for the question, Senator Pope. The pandemic did not do us any favors, obviously, in this area. We are not unlike other states where the healthcare system was significantly strained because of the lack of providers. It makes it even more difficult, obviously, because we are a rural state. I wish I had the answer to this, but what I can tell you is that we are dedicated. We are dedicated to partnering with those professionals who know what to do in this area. As you said, we're just one agency, but we are a mighty agency and we have one job, and that is to advocate for our veterans. And the best way to do that is to raise the concern and to get with the right people to get this problem solved. So we are, again, this is an ongoing issue for us. One of the things that I'm going to pick on Secretary Holtram Lopez is because we do work closely together, is in the peer support space. We realize that that is an area that needs to be absolutely explored. We have veteran services officers that work with veterans across the state. This is an opportunity for them to get another skill set because they are not dealing with the same type of issues and concerns that they normally would be dealing with. They're dealing with real world issues. One of the questions that we ask up front when we work with a veteran is there anything that we can help you with other than your claim? Is there something else going on? And I'm so proud of the staff because they are a part of that community. The veterans know these veteran services officers. They go to church with them. They go to the American Legion Hall. They spend time with them. So we have become a trusted partner with them. So we're able to find out things that we normally wouldn't find out. So again, I just think that this is an ongoing concern that we are all committed to finding a solution for.
I'm going to speak more just as a veteran here than from leadership of the caucus. I served 29 years on active duty, moved around all over the world, lived a lot of different places, and had great access to medical care. My husband and I retired here about 5 years ago, and it's the first time I've gone to a VA medical center. Living overseas, obviously don't have them, and some of the other states, they weren't as accessible. But COVID has really made it difficult. I can call there and say, I need to see my primary care, I need to see a specialist. And let's say, well, we'll do telehealth. Well, I live in Tejeras, and it's not quite the frontier, but the internet is not very good. And it depends on what room you're in or if it's windy out. So telehealth isn't very good, just technologically speaking, but it also isn't helpful if you can't self-diagnose. You know, I mean, if you're not there in the room and the doctor can't touch you or talk to you or really get into your records, are we really providing the same kind of health? You know, virtual presence is actual absence. And I was just out at Raton. Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez and a couple of the representatives here had a listening session for veterans out there. There were 115 veterans that showed up in Gallup, New Mexico. They came from all over, and we heard their stories too. They have no internet where they live. They have to go places for it. They can't get into the veterans, the VA clinic, and they give up. And one of the other things is sometimes the VA clinic will say, well, you can go out in town and see if you can get community-based service. And then you call out in town and they say, sure, we can get you in 4 months. How does that work? Well, how does that work? That doesn't work so well. Then you go back to the VA. Well, we can get you in 3 months. So, I mean, it's not feeling like we're valued and that we're not getting the medical care and health care that we were promised. You know, when you're recruited and you're told these are all the benefits, you're young, you don't care. You want adventure, you want to go fight for your country, you want to go serve, you want to learn leadership, but you're going to get full-time health care when you retire. Well, I'm there. I'm that aging group, and it's not so good. So this is well beyond New Mexico, but it's also in New Mexico. And I think we need to do a hell of a lot better in our government, both statewide and at the federal level, to get health care to those veterans who did whatever was required to accomplish the mission. I'd like to see the government do what's ever required to provide the health care. That's their mission, and that's what we need right now.
I think it's important to mention that as soon as Secretary Smith was aware, and as soon as the governor was aware, they were calling. And we've had our congressional folks that have been really interested in this issue. We've had the governor who has led the charge on making sure that these clinics weren't closed. And so here's what I'm going to say. Everyone's right. You're going to need access on the video front. You're going to need access, in-person access. You're going to need transportation to these appointments. And most importantly, the fight right now is making sure that the clinics that are here in New Mexico stay open in New Mexico. And yeah, exactly. And so our fight is not just here. Our fight has been, being led by Governor Grisham, who is working on this issue with Secretary Smith every day. And we're battling with this because it's important. Seniors are important, veterans are important, and we deserve better. And they deserve more. And so I think all tools are necessary. Every piece, whether it's a virtual visit, whether it's in person, whether it's a voucher to go to a clinic to get the help that you need. But in reality, here in New Mexico, it's not very different from what you're dealing with in terms of the VA. Access to services, because of some of the shortages, sometimes takes 3 to 4 months to get in. It's unacceptable anywhere. And these are the challenges that we've been facing and working on improving. And it's not just about the medical, the MD, or the licensed clinician, but just going back to the other panel, the things that we're working on as an administration to have peer supports, to have community health workers, to have people on that front line, those are the things that we can do today. And those are the things that we are committed and that we are expanding today. And so I'm excited about those things that we're accomplishing, and I'm excited about the fight that we are entering in to make sure that our veterans are getting the services that they need.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And I think you're going to roll into the next question with what you just brought up. And thank you, Claudia, for bringing up really looking out for veterans. You know, they signed that blank check to get these benefits, and it wasn't to get the benefits if they moved to Albuquerque. You know, it was to get the benefits wherever they chose to live, even when they go back home. So it's important that we fulfill that. If possible, I wanted to ask Secretary Teller, if possible, if you would want to talk a little bit about transportation, if that's okay.
Yeah, Senator. Do yat Arnold Shea Orlando Teller Ninshia. Now, I just touch it in Slon to head Lenny Bush's chin to the chini the shadow she internationally put out the Ninshia. My name is Orlando. I'm your Deputy Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs at USDOT, which doesn't limit me just to tribal conversations. As a former state representative from Arizona, I represented a large portion of Northern Arizona. Just like Representative Montoya, my district in Arizona was largely rural, largely frontier, and the issues and concerns that are being addressed all day today and tomorrow, from childcare to veterans affairs to elderly care, just to my care, was sincerely important, because that we're having now, particularly comes to transit, is very important for us in rural communities. How does grandma and grandpa go to medical care? How do I get to the veteran hospital? There are a various amount of recommendations I'm sure the panel, the dais has heard and probably followed through on, particularly coordinating a COG, MPO, RPO, rural community coordination, and a roundtable effect, and inviting federal transit to this conversation. I had an enlightening conversation with the mayor of Elephant Butte, Mr. Mortensen. In fact, he shared with me that he'd love to see a transit program up and down the spine of the Rio Grande. And that, I think, is a doable project. I certainly shared that information, Mr. Mortensen, with our federal agent back in DC. As soon as I stopped talking to him, I came to my computer and sent an email letting him and them know that this is a viable discussion. And I believe the conversations I'm hearing in the dais, we're ready for this. We're ready for a conversation between mayors in rural frontier New Mexico to take the lead and push this policy with the support of Mr. Montoya, Senator Pope, yep, and other representatives here, that this effort is no longer a handout effort. The words of sha are no longer available, right? Now we have to empower ourselves and show our families and our communities the empowerment we have, and we can do it. And together we can do it. And my grandmother always said this to me, ego. It's a Navajo phrase. It means you can do it yourself. So with that, I thank you. I'm here, I'll be here tomorrow, try the lamb, right? And certainly will provide some rural transit program. If there's any NOFOs out there, we'll provide that information, okay? Thank you. Nana.
And thank you, Deputy Secretary. Our next question, and maybe our final one. The VA recommendations to the Asset and Infrastructure Review Commission include closing VA clinics in Raton, Gallup, Las Vegas, and Espanola in the name of efficiency and improving medical care services to veterans. What impact would these closures have on veterans who live in these rural communities, and what can be done?
First, let me say that's not going to happen. And for the people in the back, if you didn't hear me, it's not going to happen. We are committed to doing everything in our power to not only keep those CBOCs open, we want more CBOCs. If this is truly an opportunity to improve efficiency and to be more effective with VA healthcare, then let's do that. Let's make it better. So we're looking at this as an opportunity. That's one of my favorite words. This is an opportunity. We're going to tell them what we want, and they're going to do it. They have to, because just like Claudia said, promises were made. Promises were made, and now they need to be kept. So I just can't stress it. I'm very fortunate to be working with our congressional delegation on this, who are working hard in DC to make sure that this conversation continues on as well. They're doing everything in their power to stop this from happening. So what we're doing as an agency is we're taking the lead. We have met actually with all of the leaders of the American Legion, state leaders, American Legion, VFW, DAV. We met with them yesterday. And we said, we need to come together as one voice because there are so many different silos out here working. So we need to come together as one voice and come up with a strategy so that when the Air Commission comes, and we have to keep in mind, they are required to come to each state that they have recommendations to close these CBOCs. We're going to be ready and prepared for them. We're going to tell them, not only are you not going to close these CBOCs, here's the reason why, and this is why we need more. We think that this is going to be the prime opportunity for us to let them know what we want here. Because we are a rural state, it makes sense. It makes good business sense to have more CBOCs in these areas. So that's our direction on this. Thank you.
Look at that kind of leadership. Bring the fight on. That's exactly right. It's wonderful to hear that. I want to bring up one more thing that came up when we were in Gallup last week. They talked about efficiency, and they said, well, you don't have a lot of patients at a number of these CBOCs. I was up at Raton about a month ago, and I stopped in and talked to the director there, and I said, is your client base, your patient base declining? She said, no, they came in 2019, and that's the data they used. They didn't have a medical care provider there for 9 months. Now, do you think the patient load might drop a little if you don't have a medical care provider there? And that's the data that they used to say that Raton, which is only 8 or 10 years old, shouldn't even be open. We should close it. And then listening to the other people there for 4 hours in Gallup, we heard stories from Vietnam veterans who, before the Gallup CBOC was open a decade or so ago, they would hitchhike 2.5 hours to Albuquerque to be seen at the VA Medical Center. It's the only medical care they had. Now, is that efficient? I don't think so. It wasn't efficient from anyone in that room, but yet this is to be based on improving efficiency. So as you're saying, efficiency is to have more of these smaller VA clinics fully staffed, including with veterans on hand, so you get the peer support, vet on vet conversations that a lot of veterans feel a lot more comfortable with, and you have to have a steady flow of income. They know that they need to be there forever, not for 5 years or until the next census or the next BRAC or Air Commission report. This needs to be efficient and effective for all the veterans. If you want to measure, don't use efficiency, use effectiveness. Measures of effectiveness. Is it serving the patient? Is it serving the veteran? Is it giving them what they deserve and what they were promised? That should be the measure. And when our health care in the VA is as good as the congressional leaders of this country's health care, then they're fully effective.
I look at this from a different sort of point of view in that, by 2030, New Mexico will be the 4th highest senior populated state per capita in the country. What we have to work on today is developing and maintaining healthy communities. We know who is aging. It's not necessarily those who are living in Albuquerque or Las Cruces. They are aging in rural frontier communities. So having these clinics is critical to our strategies of implementing safe, healthy, and effective aging strategies so people can age in place and not go into long-term care. Our veterans have done enough. They've served us. It's time for us to make sure that they are in the community of their choice. And this is why we're fighting so hard. Losing any more healthcare in the state of New Mexico is unacceptable. And losing something that a veteran is entitled to after they've served us and choose to live back in their rural community is something we need to support, and we do support. So as I'm looking at this, we have poverty, especially senior poverty in these outlying rural and frontier communities. And so having any sort of clinic and specialty clinic where a veteran feels comfortable attending is something that we are all fighting to make sure stays in place. So I can't say anything more than what these two have said, except for I think the other piece to this is the aging population that needs those rural clinics and deserve not to have to hitchhike or travel 3 to 4 hours in order to get some health care that they are entitled to, they deserve, and they definitely need.
And yes, ma'am, I believe you had a question. My apologies.
I do have a question. To the lady in the white sweater, I appreciate what you're saying. You're saying we're going to tell them what we want. We're going to make them give it to us. The reason I'm here today is because as a commissioner, I'm a county commissioner, we pass resolutions. We are talking to constituency. We pass resolutions. We say, this is what we need. This is what our community needs. This is what our constituents want. We are completely disregarded. Nobody answers. So when 30 out of 33 commissions pass a resolution against something and it's crammed down our throat anyway, I have a hard time believing that you're going to be heard because we are completely disregarded. I would like to tell you that also on your healthcare people, I know so many people that have lost their jobs due to the vaccine mandate. You have got nurses and healthcare workers that are not being allowed to work. And there's places that need them. And it just drives me bananas to hear somebody say that, oh, we don't have enough healthcare workers. Well, they're out there. They're just not allowed to work right now.
May I have your name, please?
Certainly. I'm Jerry Resch. I'm a commissioner from Clay County.
Thank you. And I'm Secretary Smith, Veteran Services. No problem. I like the white sweater too. It's all good. I think we need to be reminded of a couple of things, especially as we talk about the community-based outreach clinics. The first word in that is community. Community. So we realize that it's going to take a village, a community, if you will, to fight this. One of our strategies is making sure that we're hearing from the community. Exactly. We're going to be in Gallup tomorrow. Even though there have been congressional delegations there, we're going tomorrow again to talk very purposely with the mayor, because we know that the CBOC, this proposal to close the CBOC, is going to have a domino effect for the entire city, which means that's going to be another domino that falls across New Mexico. So this thing is bigger than just a veteran issue. These CBOCs, if they close, could potentially disrupt the New Mexico healthcare system altogether. So this just really isn't our issue. This is a New Mexican issue. This is a New Mexico issue. So we hear you. One of the things that we're doing is we're going to reach out to the communities and the counties. I'm trying my best now to get on the calendar of the president so that we can talk about this. We need to have a real conversation about what this is going to do to the state of New Mexico. Even though if something happens, the projections are 10 to 15 years out, that's still not enough time. So thank you for raising that concern. Thank you so much, because we're not going to leave you out of the conversation at all. We can't leave you out of the conversation because we need your voice as well. Thank you.
So I just want to thank the panelists, if we can all give them a round of applause. I appreciate it. All right, and I believe we're going to take a little break, and the next, okay, we're going to go straight into the next panel. I'll let Isaac take over.
A big round of applause for Senator Pope. Thank you so much. By the way, are there any veterans that served in the military? If you can please stand. Thank you all for your service. So our next discussion is another critical challenge. And if the secretary, maybe from veterans, if you could stay with us briefly. One of the biggest challenges that we face is the idea of, no, you are not by yourself, is the issue of EMS rural services. What is happening within our rural communities is quite a challenge. We have a hospital that may be, in some instances, 2 to 3 hours away by the time the ambulance is dispatched. And we will add the mayor from Cimarron to the panel. So I think the first question will go to the commissioner. Mr. Commissioner, this has been a key issue that you have advocated for quite some time. I know New Mexico counties is dealing with this issue. I know there has been legislation, not only in this body, but also nationally, to find ways that we can address this challenge. Can you explain to us why this is a vast challenge and why medical care is being denied at this very moment?
Yes, Isaac, thank you very much. So to be honest with you, by the way, my name is Brett Weir. I'm Commissioner of Colfax County. I live in Angel Fire. And I've been living in Angel Fire full-time for almost 12 years. And I didn't actually understand the issue until I became a county commissioner. We're fortunate in Angel Fire that with the resort there, we have the financial resources to have fully paid staff for EMS services. And then our closest neighbor, Cimarron, has done a great job through some great leadership to have a fully volunteer EMS service. And between the two, we actually had a third player in this, which was Eagle Nest, which was another volunteer service. It just never, as a citizen, it never came to me that this was an issue. And as a commissioner, I started to learn kind of what's going on in the communities. And it came to full fruition when Eagle Nest stopped providing their EMS service. Now, the reason for that is, and I found out through conversations with my fellow commissioners, that this is pervasive throughout New Mexico. What we discovered was going on in Eagle Nest is it was a volunteer organization, and the volunteers, basically the head of the volunteers, the leadership of the volunteers was the same leadership for almost 30 years. And basically that husband and wife team aged out. I mean, they got to a point where they just could no longer effectively provide EMS services to the village of Eagle Nest. And when that occurred, we started seeing others drop out. And before you know it, we had no volunteers in a relatively short period of time. And so this brought it to my attention. And so I started putting a lot of time and effort into understanding the situation. And I think this is a kind of a transitional time frame, and I hate to blame any generation. I've been scolded for doing so previously. But what we don't see is the amount of volunteerism with, people that are post my generation, let's say. I'm trying to think of a nice way to say that. And because of that trend in volunteerism, it's impacting what is predominantly a volunteer resource to rural New Mexico, which is our EMS service. And so after doing the research, I've really come up with 4 issues that need to be resolved. And through our representative, Montoya, we hope to get some legislation this coming next session. And the first and foremost issue in my determination is financial support, because we've relied heavily on volunteerism throughout rural New Mexico for EMS services, and that is diminishing. The small communities are starting to have to consider actual hiring people, at least an EMS director, or somehow compensating volunteers to incite them to participate. And so there is financial support. That's a negotiable number at this point, but I will tell you, my research indicates that it's a minimum of about $100,000 per provider that we need to be asking the state to come up for some way to fund. And it can't be a one-time funding. It has to be reoccurring revenue so that money can be spent on reoccurring expenses. There doesn't seem to be a huge challenge in capital acquisition for EMS services. There seems to be plenty of appropriations, plenty of grants and other sources for that. It's the reoccurring expenses that rural communities are struggling with. So financial support is the first item. The second item that seems like it's an easy fix to me, but I'm not even sure if you're aware, because I wasn't until about a year ago. If you're a medical professional, let's say you're a nurse, a doctor, a nurse practitioner, a physician's assistant, you cannot operate in an ambulance without the exact same training for EMT and qualifications, or the same training and the same licensure that somebody who just graduated from high school goes through. So even though you may be an emergency care doctor and near retirement, and you've had all this broad experience in the trauma related to ambulance services, you have to go back to school and get your EMT before you can work in an ambulance, provide service in an ambulance. So to me, this is a regulatory issue that I think needs to be addressed, and it may not be require legislative answer. It could be a regulatory answer, but that's something that needs to be addressed. The third item is that currently, in order for there to be a quote unquote ambulance, right? And literally to have the word ambulance on the side of your vehicle, you have to have 2 certified minimum basic level EMTs. And with the challenges with the volunteerism that we're having and the time it takes, you're asking a volunteer to put in to become certified EMT, not to mention the cost of that. it is a huge challenge. Now, I think that the PRC set that up with the best intent. They want to make sure that when ambulances go out, people get good care, and there's two professionals so that they can play off each other and make sure the best decisions are made for the patient. But it's just not a reality in rural New Mexico, or basically what you end up getting is no EMS service instead of maybe not as good of EMS service. So to me, I think, again, it's a regulatory issue, but I would advocate for the regulation to be changed to one EMT and one first responder, which is still training required and certification required, but a slightly less than an EMT, and it's easier and less expensive to obtain. And now I will tell you also that there are waivers for that available through the PRC currently, but you have to apply for the waiver. You have to reapply every year. And I just think the policy needs to be changed so that, especially in rural and frontier New Mexico, we don't have to go through the paperwork and forget to do the paperwork. And then all of a sudden you lose your ambulance service because somebody didn't reapply. And the final thing that I think needs to be considered is, so there is another level of service that you can provide. It's called a medical transport, and it's not an ambulance. You got to take the word ambulance off your vehicle to provide this service. But it does allow people like first responders to provide very basic life-saving care and transport. The challenge is that currently those transports are not allowed to deliver patients to a hospital. So what you have is the transports meeting a certified ambulance in a parking lot somewhere, moving the patient out of one vehicle into the other vehicle so that it could be delivered to a hospital. And now there may be good reasons for that in really critical areas. I'm not a medical professional, but I think that if somebody is, has their stats or whatever they're called are adequate, and they just broke their leg or hurt their ankle or something, I mean, those transports should be able to go into a hospital without moving them from one vehicle to another. And so these are the areas that I'd like to see I'd like to see us as a rural network advocate for with our legislators. And again, some of this is going to require legislation. Some of it is just policy that needs to be changed or regulation that needs to be changed. But I think if we come together and we stand united behind these things and demand them, I think our legislators and our regulators will listen to us. And the combination of these things will make EMS service better for rural New Mexico, which is better for our citizens. And as a county commissioner, that's all I'm here to do, is try and figure out how to serve our citizens.
Thank you, Commissioner. So this question is for Dr. Steve Jennison. We know that many of our EMS-based systems or our volunteer fire are responding. So you are the first line of defense. How have you built an exemplary volunteer-based program in Dixon, New Mexico? And what can other communities learn by your mistakes, but also what you've done well to ensure that services are received within community?
Is this on? Yeah. So hi, I'm Steve Jennison. I'm a retired public health physician. I worked for the New Mexico Department of Health for 15 years and was at UNM for 5 years before that. Retired to Dixon, New Mexico, which is rural Rio Arriba County. Thought I was going to live out my days being a vegetable farmer in the Embudo Valley, and then got sort of coerced into serving with my volunteer fire department. And it is true that in order for me to serve on an ambulance, I had to go back and become an EMT basic first. And then I had to go to paramedic school to become a paramedic. So now I'm a paramedic, and I'm now the chief of the volunteer fire department in Dixon. And we went from a position when I first started with them, which was about 8 years ago, of we know statistics from the fact that there's a centralized reporting system for EMS calls. We went from a situation where about 60% of 911 calls that went out to Dixon were actually responded to a situation now where 100% of all calls are responded to by an average of 4 or 5 licensed EMTs in our ambulance. So, thank you. And we respond to about 150 911 calls per year. 85 to 90% of all the 911 calls that we receive are for medical services, are for EMS services, and about 10% are for fires. And I've had to learn how to become a firefighter too, which is actually kind of fun. It like fulfills childhood fantasies of being able to drive around in fire trucks and squirt water. But if you look at our budget, which I look at a lot, we get about $110,000 per year for fire through the fire fund, and we get $7,000 a year for EMS, which is like exactly the opposite of the volume of calls that we have. So, you know, in Rio Arriba County, most of the EMS services in rural areas are provided by volunteer fire departments. And there's a great deal of variation in the number of volunteers in each of those departments, particularly among the number of volunteers who are licensed EMTs. I have found that a key to getting more services in my community is to offer what's called EMT first responder training in our communities. First responder training it requires 80 hours of classroom contact and no direct clinical services. You get a license. And really, because New Mexico is a relatively frontier state, the New Mexico legislature, in its wisdom, has given the first responder a very wide scope of practice, such that first responders have almost the same scope of practice as an EMT basic, but have to go through a lot less training. So it's attractive, I think, to a lot of people in rural communities to become first responders. Not only that, I think it's a great pathway, particularly for young people in rural communities, including high school students. You can become a first responder at age 16, a licensed first responder. And in fact, we just graduated 2 16-year-old first responders in Dixon, one of whom is going to go to UNM and is going to specialize as an EMS. His major is going to be EMS at UNM. So I think that's really one of the keys is to emphasize that, particularly in rural areas, first responders are the basis for the response. And some people will say, oh, well, you know, if it only takes another 15 minutes for the ambulance from Espanola to get there, then why even bother to have an ambulance service in your rural community? And I think what we found is that, you know, a lot of responding to emergency situations is making people feel more comfortable with their situation. People kind of are panicked when they call 911, and they want somebody to be there and be there soon and hold their hand. And if things aren't that bad, to reassure them that things aren't that bad. That makes a huge difference in people's lives. The other kind of annoying thing about how things are arranged right now is that it is true that we cannot, our ambulance, even though I'm a paramedic, and we have 4 licensed EMTs in our ambulance, and the one coming from Espanola only has 2, we can't transport all the way into the hospital. So we have to meet them in the parking lot at Sugar's Barbecue or at Mike's Mini Mart in Velarde and transfer the patient, you know, in front of everybody who's just coming out of Mike's Mini Mart. We have to transfer the patient from our gurney to their gurney, and then they get transported in. I would really like to see whatever it takes change that situation, that if a rural ambulance service, volunteer ambulance service has the staffing and the comfort level with any given individual case, that they should be able to transport all the way into the hospital.
Thank you, Dr. Jennison. So this is for the Cabinet Secretary. So we see that our EMS services are transporting a considerable amount of veterans. What sort of policy should the legislative body look at enacting to ensure that veterans services are able to be given at the level that they need to, and ensure that those first responders are certified with a clear intentionality of the issues that our veterans suffer?
Thank you so much for the question. If I understand you correctly, you are trying to focus on the veteran component of this, which is good. But I think what's also important is that veterans are also New Mexican. Okay, veterans make up every part of this community. So, and I don't think you mean it this way, but the notion that we would expect veterans to be treated any differently in service of care, and maybe that's not what you mean, to me is a little lost. But I think what you're saying is, how do we ensure that the people who have sacrificed for our country receive the care that they deserve? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Madam Secretary. Yeah.
All right, and I wanted to make sure of that. Well, it's just like everything that we've been talking about here. We expect policies to be in place already. We expect our legislators to listen to us. We're very fortunate here in New Mexico because we have great legislators who advocate for us. We have several veterans who serve in the legislature. And when I call them and ask them for assistance, they are readily available. So I think we're going down the right path when it comes to that. There's always room for improvement, if you will. So we're going to just ask our legislators to continue to listen to us and to put policies in place so that it makes sense. With all due respect, Dr. Jennison, it just sounds a bit challenging that we would be moving anybody from one gurney to another gurney. That sounds like a safety and a liability issue. So I'm hoping that we're able to address that as well. I don't think that's a good practice. So I'm sure that's something that our legislators can take a look at so that anybody, not just veterans, are taken care of properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I think what I was trying to clarify is we have a number of veterans who suffer from PTSD, Agent Orange, anxiety, other issues that are a little bit more complicated. And when you have an EMT individual show up, how best can we ensure that they have a full idea of what these veterans are really suffering from? Because it's very different than a normal call that they may be addressing.
Thank you for that. Now that I understand your question a little bit better. All right. So it's important to get good health assessment from the patient that you're talking with. And sometimes the family members can help you with that as well. But what I'm very happy to say is, and I'm sure that the EMTs are properly trained to handle these situations, and that regardless of the veteran status, that they can help anybody who needs help. So.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. This is for the mayor. Mr. Mayor, so we know the distance, specifically, let's say Cimarron, the distance between a hospital and your community is quite large. What does the state need to do to ensure that services do not take hours for your residents to receive?
I'm going to take it a little bit more high level, I guess, than that. I think the Achilles heel of rural America and rural New Mexico is red tape. It's red tape everywhere and this is a prime example, having to transfer a person from one gurney to another. In our community, I'll give you a prime example. When I first started, when I moved back to Cimarron, I started out as the clerk. I was the administrator there for the village. So I came back, I was responsible for all the day-to-day operations. The village at the time had a lot of bad audits. We were behind on our audits, and as a result, we couldn't apply for funding. So you have needs though. You have needs that are immediate right then and there. And so the rules say you can't apply for funding for things like a motor grader. Well, that same year I illegally purchased a motor grader because we needed it. And that's what stupid rules will do. That's what barriers will do. They'll put people like me who want to do the best thing possible for my community, and they'll make me throw the rules out the window. And they'll say, you know what, we're going to break the rules. If this is what it means to get services to my community, then so be it. And here's the really cool part about it. The state has already neglected us so bad anyway, they're not even going to come and check on us if we're breaking the rules. So that's what happens. I mean, that's the result of it is it'll promote bad behavior. And that's not the answer. I don't think that that's what we need to be moving towards. We need to fix those rules. But I think about my community, we're 45 minutes from Raton. We're an hour from Taos, and those are your two closest hospitals. You're another hour and a half if you want to drive down to Las Vegas. So we're very remote. I think the one thing that state and government as a whole can do better is deployment of resources. I get on Brett constantly. And Brett is one of my best friends. Brett is a Republican and I am a Democrat. Ideologically, we're not really there. But when it comes to the issues that face our community, we're lockstep with one another. And the one thing that I would say that I always give Brett a hard time about is the county. Our county tends to stay in Raton alone. They fail to get those services to our rural areas, to the other parts of the county. If you live in Angel Fire, if you live in Black Lake, for example, and you need to drive to the hospital in Raton, you're talking about an hour and a half to 2 hour drive, just depending on the weather. If there's snow, just depending on what's going on. Your better bet is to go to Taos in a lot of instances. And so there's just a lot of barriers out there. And what people don't understand is rural America will follow the path of least resistance. We're like water. If you throw barriers here, we'll just find another way to get it done. I mean, we're seeing this with the fires. When people don't feel like they're being responded to on issues like the fire, people will stay behind and risk their own lives to deal with the fire. And that's how we are in rural New Mexico. We're resilient. You can't tell us no. And if you don't have a good answer, then we'll come up with an answer. But I would say that's what rural New Mexico is well known for, is that we're great about solutions. We're not always the best about making sure those solutions are heard, I would say, and that's a criticism of all rural America. We don't do a very good job of having our voice heard, or sometimes it's silenced because of the masses in our larger areas. And so I just think that there's always, as a local elected, I find it imperative that I am active in every conversation. The other part to it is I don't have to know everything. I need to know the people that do. And so if I can't be a part of something, I don't have to be the person that's sitting at the table having that conversation. I need to know the person who that is near and dear to their heart and make sure that they're a part of that conversation, and making sure I'm identifying the right people within every community that care about these various issues so that they're all being handled. It can't just be one of us. And when you go into a lot of towns, I mean, Brett can tell you, when I met Brett, I was on the school board, I was working at the village, and then I ended up in the city council. So I was wearing all these multiple hats, serve on the volunteer fire department, so that there's all these different things that we take part in. And there's these, and we want to try to be active, but we just can't do it all. Specific to ways that I think we can improve, and this is not a question you asked, but I'm a politician, so I'm going to maneuver that way. I think on EMS, I think we need to include it in para. So right now your fire service is included in para, which helps for recruitment, and you're able to retain more people in the fire service. EMS is not included in that. So we have to include that. And that's a conversation I had with the governor earlier this year. I told her we need to have that as part of it. That will help with recruitment of getting those people in there. The other part is, I think in a lot of instances, fire services and EMS services at your local level can be combined. But because of the way funding flows, because of the rules, because of the training requirements, you find that often they're split. So again, stupid rules causing us to be divided and not work together. And that's the unfortunate side of rural America, is when you look at all the hurdles and things that we have to overcome, it's not because we want to overcome it. It's because government has intentionally done that to us and has failed to listen to us on how to fix it. I'll shut up now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Sheriff Hamilton, really our sheriff's departments and our police departments are really the first line of defense. You have a lot of your officers that are showing up on scene and dealing with a wide gamut of issues before EMS is dispatched. You're the first one at an accident. You're the first one and the last one to leave. What services does the state need to provide our sheriff's departments as well as our police departments to ensure that we make your job easier?
Well, thank you. Sheriff Glenn Hamilton, Sierra County Sheriff. To that point specifically, and as the doctor indicated, our deputies, our law enforcement in New Mexico come out of the academy after receiving their certifications with that lower basic level first responder EMT type certification training, whether it be certified first aid, CPR, and as you indicated, we're the first at most of those scenes. In many cases, whether it's a crash scene or whether it's somebody just experiencing a heart attack or something, many of our local ambulance services several years ago applied for grants to actually get law enforcement issued emergency defibrillator devices that they carry around in their vehicles, mainly because of that point there. We're the first ones on scene. We would likely get there before many of our EMT, EMS, or ambulance services. In my county, specifically Sierra County, the county funds our ambulance service. It's dispatched out of our hospital, but we're 4,200 square miles in our county. Truly, if we do not have those services, those ongoing services that are available to our first responders and to our EMS and our EMT services out there, many of our EMT services are run out of our volunteer fire departments. But again, they're supported, or we're supported on the law enforcement side because of our limited certification that we get in the medical field in the basic first responder levels. We're supported by many of those EMT and EMS services that are coming out of our fire departments. One of our obstacles is, as Commissioner Weir had indicated, is we are constantly having to wait at scenes, waiting for our ambulance service from the hospital to get there 35, 45 minutes away with our EMT services from the fire departments, waiting for that transfer to take place in many cases. The state what we find out in law enforcement, once we get our certifications, many of those certifications after the first year are going to end. We don't have in-house trainers that are able to provide us with a new training and or new certifications. And so I think that along with some of those EMS funds, we can look at getting those individuals either within our ambulance services or within our EMS services that can provide those specific retraining or recertifications to your law enforcement as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. So I want to ask a question amongst the leaders here. How many of you believe that this is an issue that is affecting the community and that policy should remedy this? Perfect. How many of you would like to see that we eliminate the red tape of transporting one patient from one EMS vehicle to another? How many of you would like to see that we reduce the requirement in the state of New Mexico instead of 2 EMT technicians to 1? How many of you would like to add EMS to para? And how many of you would look at combining EMS and fire services? So I think we're on to something. And this kind of now segues us into our solution session. We have heard a large amount of data today. I mean, it's a considerable amount to take in. Tomorrow, we're going to go into economic development. We're going to go into a wide gamut of infrastructure and transportation and agriculture and water. But today, we've looked specifically at fire, behavioral health, aging, veterans, and now EMS care. Is there anybody in the crowd, and this is really where we want, and up on the top, there is a wireless microphone where you can provide a solution to one of these key areas other than the ones we've listed. So in fire, how best do you think we should navigate our protection of this natural resource? And what can we do to ensure that we create policy to help you in your communities? Can we start off with the mayors and county commissioners? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I don't have a solution to stop fire. I agree with the man that said we just live with fire. I've served on a volunteer fire department for over 20 years and volunteer EMS. I will say that personal responsibility, and that is something that New Mexicans are great at. Personal responsibility, especially rural New Mexico, our people tend to their business. Create a defensible space around your home. Get out there. If you have junk behind the barn, move it. Mow the grass up to your house, up to your barn. Make sure an emergency vehicle can get into your property. Do you have a fancy thing over your gate? Can a fire truck get in? Those type of things.
Excellent. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
So again, Chris Bryce, Luna County Manager. I mean, I've heard a lot of talk today about different things, and to be honest with you, I was in a meeting last week with New Mexico counties, the AOC, Department of Corrections, the Cabinet Secretary was there, talking about the lack of staffing in detention centers. Just my background, retired Navy officer after 22 years. I was the warden in Luna County for years, now the county manager. So I've got some experience in all of this stuff. And what it really boils down to me, I hear about keeping more veteran care centers open. And while I agree with that for sure, I'm not pretty much giving up on the VA. Thank God I have multiple insurances and don't have to worry about it. But fire is another one. You know, Luna County, we've got the Village of Columbus, we've got the City of Deming, we've got Luna County Volunteer Fire. You know, I came back from a vacation 2 weeks ago on a Friday. Volunteer Fire called out to Columbus because they didn't have enough people to support a structure fire. So our volunteer fire went down there. I texted my chief, said, hey, if you need me, you know, I'll be happy to come down and help you guys because I typically go out when you need them. You know, and then I looked outside and it was blowing 45 miles an hour and it was dirty. And I said, yeah, forget I said that. An hour later, we got another tone out though for a brush fire out on the interstate in between Hidalgo, Luna, pretty much in Grant County where it runs down there. So I texted again, said, if you need me, he said, I need you. So we go out there and we fight this fire till midnight, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. But I guess what I'm getting to is the volunteers, you never know how many are going to show up, right? That's why I always tell them I'm ready to go whenever you need me. We've got so many of these pieces. Columbus is a village, you know, municipality of their own, incorporated. So they've got their own little volunteer fire down there. We've got an MOU for certain distances. The problem is that, you know, Deming, City of Deming is a combination EMT fire department. And we all probably have seen the news on how that has been going lately. Not so well with pay, and I fully agree with that. But somehow we need to get to the point, you know, and that's what we were looking at with the Department of Corrections. How do we consolidate? How do we do things smarter? Because having all these different entities and try to support them all is almost impossible. You know, detention centers are the same way. You know, you've got Hidalgo County Detention, you've got Grant County Detention, you've got Catherine who holds 1 or 2 people, but they've got to staff that place. Luna County holds for Sierra County because they finally moved out of that business and we hold for them. But all of us are trying to find medical providers to staff these detention centers. We're trying to find employees to staff them, and there's nobody out there, and it costs a fortune. So I think the smarter move is to figure out not how do we create more of these things, how do we streamline them, how do we consolidate them and do a better job. Maybe we make county fire departments that are paid, they're all professionals and they respond everywhere, and that way you get, you know, you don't have these little volunteer EMTs, volunteer fire, and not knowing who's going to show up. There's got to be a better way of doing this. That's essentially my point.
Thank you, County Manager. I think that also goes back to the idea that in this state, we require people to volunteer. We still are the only legislative body in the United States where our legislative body is unpaid, which is a clear disproportionate issue and clearly prohibits a lot of individuals from serving. Because when you have a district the size of Connecticut and you have to pay for your own tires, your own oil changes, and you're only paid a per diem when you're in session or interim, there's a big disparity there. Go ahead, Dr. Jennison.
Yeah, I think my experience in Rio Arriba County so far is that I can't imagine that Rio Arriba County would ever be able to move to paid services that would be able to cover enough of the county. I think we're going for foreseeable future going to rely upon volunteer fire departments. But having said that, I think it's possible to incentivize volunteer fire departments where, for example, if you were able to transport your patient all the way into the hospital and not transfer them in the parking lot of Sugar's Barbecue, that you could get paid on a per call basis by somebody. And I think even small incentives like that would increase the number of both the recruitment and retention of volunteers and volunteer fire departments. You know, just a little something like, oh, that's nice. I got paid a little bit for doing this, and that'll motivate me to do it next time.
And maybe a solution is potentially creating a rural EMS equity board, just like you have your fire board, your water board, all these other things where our EMS are paid via state. You meet a certain requirement to population, and now the state encumbers that cost, which I think might be something that helps solve that inequity gap. Yes, go ahead, Priscilla.
So good afternoon, I'm Priscilla Luceto, and I'm the director of the Southwest New Mexico Council of Governments based out of Silver City. And so I've been working with city and county governments, nonprofits for 34 years in some of the most rural and frontier communities. So a couple of things I want to bring that I think would be pretty concise. Number one, I think we need to look at all of the policies, because what worked 30 years ago does not work today. There's been too much involvement in what's been happening. I think we need to kind of revisit those policies, and just taking a good look at them, I think could make a drastic change. Number two, when I talk about EMS and providing medical services, when you go through times of COVID and there's no investment for those services, that medical equipment that those people need in rural hospitals and rural EMS, when ambulances are running with 450,000 miles and have to commute 2 hours to the nearest hospital. So I think that if we had more investment or programs in which we could provide that funding for those pieces of equipment, and also for those vehicles that are so needed. And I'm totally in favor of how do we incentivize these volunteers, because in all aspects, whether it's a volunteer for fire EMS, it's no different than a volunteer fire for water and wastewater. So the other thing is that I really believe that I've dedicated my life to building capacity at the local level. And I think if we don't build that capacity at the local level, then we can't teach those people from the bottom up, right? And so I've dedicated my life to that. And I think that's one way, is by placing additional people within the councils of governments to help foster those opportunities and build capacity. And then I think when you talked about, and I think this is something that's kind of across the all sectors, is that we have to figure out how we implement or have a shared services model, right? Because there's no point why we can't be collaborating as volunteer fire departments or water districts, where we all share a piece of equipment, we all share a bookkeeper, because the reality is that some of those positions are no longer, people that just can't, either we can't find them or they're up in age, right? So we're having those challenges. And so the last thing I just want to say is that from a rural perspective, I really feel that people need to come to that level. And as Representative Monte and all of you are dealing with the fire, I've been there already. And I could talk about some of the things that I dealt with 10 years ago. That is, we've only just begun, Representative, only just begun. Because the hard part comes after, when all is said and done, and you're trying to put people back into homes, and the challenge that come after, that's even harder. but I agree that I think there's a lot of red tape. There's so many things that we could look at that. Rural areas, every community has its own character, and it simply does not fit every rule. So there has to be flexibility in programs. And I think COVID was a great example of how if we had flexibility, that could have really alleviated many of those issues. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Priscilla. We're going to go upstairs, and I believe there's a microphone up on the top. Go ahead. And I think you have to turn the microphone on. There's a little button and you'll see a green light.
Me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Mara. Representative Montoya and Mr. Casados, thank you so much for pulling this together. It's a tremendous event. I'm from Rio Arriba County. I grew up north of Espanola, about 10 miles north. But I currently work with the Permian Basin Climate Justice Coalition, and we work alongside frontline communities who are directly impacted by the fossil fuel industry, specifically gas and oil. And I would like to just suggest that we, in a grander scheme of things, not resign ourselves to epic wildfires every single season, that we understand that climate disruption is what is driving these wildfires, what's driving the mega drought we've been suffering through for years, and that we hold the fossil fuel industry accountable. That we pay our legislators, for one thing, so they're not disproportionately funded by the gas and oil industry. Thank you. And that we ensure that if gas and oil is going to do business in our state, that they pay for the damage they cause, that we have appropriate bonding, that requirements, financial assurances that are relevant to today's economy, so that when gas and oil is doing business next door to our rural communities, that when they leave or when they have emissions, that they are the ones who are held responsible. So that we can hold this multi-gazillion dollar industry accountable for the climate disruption that is making our communities suffer, I think that would be tremendous. Our state has already made a lot of progress with its methane emissions and ozone precursor rules and clean fuel standards, clean car standards. But we have a long way to go, and I think all the voices in this room, our rural voices, can help our legislators and our local governments all make really, really, really strong cases to state and federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on the floor next? Go ahead, Dr. Trujillo.
Thank you, Isaac. My name is Patricia Trujillo. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Higher Ed. So I feel like I want to talk all over the place from today, but I'm going to focus my comment to healthcare and emergency response. Prior to being in this new position, I was the Director of Equity and Diversity at Northern New Mexico College, which is a rural serving higher ed institution. And like many of the people here at Northern, we would wear many hats. And so one of the hats I would wear is the Title IX coordinator, or the person who responds to sexual assaults. And so one of the things I want to bring to light as another emergency response issue for rural communities is the fact that we don't have access to sexual assault nurse examiners or SANE nurses. So if somebody gets raped in Rio Arriba County, that means they have to travel to Taos or to Santa Fe to see a SANE nurse if there happens to be one on duty. And so what that leads to, obviously, is underreporting of sexual assaults and rapes in our communities, but also it tells, in my experience, mostly young women, that their experience of trauma and violence is not something that as communities we care about, because there's not that infrastructure there to support them. And when we think about the status of missing and murdered Indigenous women in the state of New Mexico, and we think about the infrastructure that's missing, this is a critical part of that bigger issue. So I would like to just put that on people's radar. But also in trying to address this, I want to give props to Director Brenda Romero from Espanola Presbyterian and from law enforcement leaders in Espanola, because they were trying to address this, but very much to the red tape conversation is that you need data to demonstrate that you can afford as a hospital to hire a sexual assault nurse examiner. But if you can't get a rape kit, you can't report it. So therefore you can't ask for the funding. And so it's almost like a dog chasing its own dysfunctional tail, right? Is that there's not really a way for us to address this. So a group of intrepid women from Northern New Mexico, we affectionately call ourselves the Northern New Mexican Women's Council, came together to think about solutions. How do we address this? And in terms of mutual aid, right, that the mutualistas is a big part of our heritage as Northern New Mexicans. And somebody brought up the idea of the bookmobile, right? Like if we could take libraries to communities, could we also have some kind of emergency response for SANE nurses that would be an emergency response? We would know who the SANE nurses are who are on duty in the area. But if somebody were to call and report, the nurse could go to the person who has been victimized rather than making that person drive an hour and a half for services. So I want to put that out there. And the other one, the second thing, and this will be my last comment, is I would also recommend that we offer some professional development for our predominantly male law enforcement. As somebody who has gone with students as a student advocate into these spaces, I see how law enforcement can re-traumatize young people who have probably just gone through one of the most horrific moments in their young lives. And of course, I'm concentrating on college students, but we know that this is pervasive throughout all of our communities. And so just having our law enforcement know what trauma-informed interview practices look like and how to practice them would also be very beneficial.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So just a statistic that I looked up, in rural communities, women face domestic violence and rape 2.5 times higher than outside of a rural community. So an issue. Anybody else? Let's go back up to the top. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Joy Lucinda with the Community Grid Network. And I think I've actually have about 20 years of experience with geriatrics in rural America. So I really appreciate you all bringing up all these issues. However, I think we're missing the boat with something. We're talking about public sector solutions, but we're missing out on partnering with private sector solutions. So I am an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for 12 years. And what we're not dealing with is that I am actually, as a for-profit entrepreneur, working on those issues like economic development in rural areas, healthcare in rural areas, rural workforce issues, in addition to healthcare strategies that are very innovative. There's less red tape because we don't have anyone looking over our shoulder like the government. And I'm not against government. I'm very thankful, but we've really got to look on both sides of the table and kind of the creative things that we can do as entrepreneurs when we're not bogged down by those rules and regulations. So I think it's very important that we look for these private sector opportunities because we have the same heart in mind, but we are also able to be more flexible with what we can do and what we can't do. So just maybe, and also we come from a for-profit mindset, which is also something where we can get more people paid to do this stuff and not wait for funding all the time. I know people who get grants and things like this, but why not look at it from a capitalist standpoint where we can make more money, where people do get paid in the rural areas for EMT services? It's time to really think outside the box in that way. And I hope that we can kind of maybe have a discussion on that at some point very soon and bring in entrepreneurs who we're out there smiling and being at the grassroots level, just like you are, but taking maybe a different stance.
Thank you so much. And I think maybe this, to kind of coalesce this may look at how best do we look at how the anti-donation clause may be causing challenges to that scenario, and how best do we create a public partner, private partnership that works a lot more effectively. So go ahead, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead. Well, let's go, Mr. Mayor, first, and then we'll go to Lucas.
Mayor Dial, Town of Stantia. I'm not sure where to start, but let's start from the federal and state legislative level, who always exempt themselves from unmandated requirements. And then they create fourth branches of government, and that's what I call them, whether it's FEMA, the road department, or whatever you want to call these agencies that can now mandate me that I must maintain the same requirements as the city. And for example, I found out this year, I got to hire a guy to swim in my stock tank, not stock tank, my holding tank for the town, because it's a mandate from Water One. The town of Estancia is in the floodplain, and according to FEMA, if you have a mortgage in Estancia, New Mexico, you pay the same as you live in New Orleans. And I have no say in it, and they have no responsibility, because when the legislature exempts themselves from an unmandated, or I'm correction, an unfunded mandate, then they pass that exemption down to these agencies who call me in the middle of nowhere. And for example, if you don't know, you cannot take a CDL test in Spanish in the state of New Mexico. I have a DACA employee that speaks perfect English, cannot take a CDL. So I had to get rid of all my equipment that required a CDL, because under the new DOT standards, I got to pay somebody roughly $3,000 and send them to Santa Fe or Albuquerque for a month. But the problem is, once I get that individual certified, I can only pay them, say, $26 an hour. They can drive an hour away and now make $40 an hour. So start with the Congress and the state legislature to stop exempting themselves from these unfunded laws that they create, and then pass it on to these other agencies that are unregulated, and they come down to little old me, say, I can go on forever on the stupidity. And let's just start with me having to hire a diver to swim in a water tank. And you know how many certified divers in Estancia, New Mexico? Right now, they want me to pay like $10,000 to get a guy from Colorado to come and swim in my tank. It's just crazy. The unfunded mandates that have been forced down, and these unregulated agencies that the DOT gives me so much problems for me to work on my own utilities in my own easement. And let's go back to that. In order for me to have a traffic control person to submit the paperwork, not sign off, but to submit, they have to have 4,000 hours of traffic control in order to meet the requirements. For my Water One guy, he has to have 30 hours of credits to take the first test. But if I don't get him tested, then I get a $10,000 fine. So the problem is with the legislatures, one, exempts themselves, and then two, passing that exemptions onto these agencies that think they have more power than the owners, which are the citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think what you're trying to say is what we're looking at is a limitation of funding. And whenever we create this red tape, local governments are not able to pay for that. You may have the city of Albuquerque who has a considerable amount of money, and that's everyday process for them. But when you have a community whose annual budget is $800,000 a year, where do you come up with an additional $10,000? Where do you come up with an additional $20,000? And if the CDL test is not available in Spanish, so then let's find a way to ensure that it is. The other part is you have the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Transportation who's here. So he's going to be able to take some of these things back to DC to figure out. We have Eric Chavez in the back with Senator Ben Ray Lujan. I think these are things that we need to look at because they're not being said, and it's something that we need to be able to address. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Roger, and like I said, I'm supposed to have a floodplain manager. And to take that test is not an easy test. And once again, it comes from FEMA. And I can just go on between FEMA, wastewater, CDLs, DOT, just everybody thinks they're an agency, they're uncontrolled, they're not responsible for the decisions they make, i.e. we're going to do a controlled burn in 70-mile-an-hour wind, but we're exempt from being sued because the Chevron doctrine has passed it down through the legislation. And then it falls on little people like me and these people here, and I still am required to provide them safety securities. If I have an individual that has been declared mentally incompetent and they break the law, my officer can pick that person up, take them to Santa Fe, take them to Las Vegas. That individual will be back in town before my officer's done with the paperwork, because there's no place to take them because they're mentally incompetent. And we don't even have a hospital in the county, let alone a VA hospital. So rural New Mexico is really, really getting tired of being, you want our water and you want our money, is what it seems like. But you want to mandate us to have the same requirements that you do in Albuquerque.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's go ahead and go up to the top again. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tamara Rosenberg, and I'm a community activist from Columbus, New Mexico. I'm actually a COVID relo. During the COVID pandemic, I moved to New Mexico, although I've had a lifetime connection to the community, and my family has been here for many years. There's several things that I wanted to bring up. I'm going to be brief in how I talk about them, but happy to expand on that upon them later. The one thing that I did not hear when we were talking about healthcare was corporate responsibility for high medical costs. I've lived abroad for 10 years. I had many opportunities to access healthcare in other countries, and I've seen the price differential for what prescriptions cost, the same exact prescriptions in multiple countries, and I can tell you we're getting ripped off. So that is something that I would like to take into consideration as we're talking about healthcare. Another thing was changing the narrative. Social services, they can actually be viewed as economic development. They can be started with grants, but they can easily move into a sustainable economic model. So I think that's another thing to consider as we talk about rebuilding our social services or enhancing our social services. Staffing, opportunities versus detriments. For example, in Columbus, the last number I heard, we have about a 44% poverty rate, but we also are 60% less cost of living than the rest of the United States of America. So, you know, it all depends on how you want to look at that. We also have proximity to Mexico for medical tourism and cost of goods, and relative proximity to El Paso for needs that are not met locally. And also, we were talking a little bit about accountability. One thing that I wanted to mention is that there is now the New Mexico Local News Fund, which has developed the Southern New Mexico Journalism Collaborative, and their initial focus is on following COVID relief dollars to hold those accountable and also to call out areas where they have been used very well so that it can be replicated in other communities. So, you know, having news in the local communities is exceptionally important. And finally, I heard someone over here, and I didn't see who it was, said something about gathering data. One of the things that we're doing down in Columbus is we are putting together a rural comprehensive survey. There is such a thing as survey fatigue. A lot of dollars are coming down. Everyone wants information and data in order to support their grants and you know, their success metrics. And we decided that we wanted to, and I'm not speaking as the Village of Columbus, I'm speaking as a private citizen. We decided that in order to gather that information, that the best route would be to have a comprehensive survey and not an independent survey. So one that covers things like health and wellness, economic development, COVID, oh my goodness, I'm losing my train of thought here. What is the COVID relief and various other things, border issues. So there's a way for all of us to work together, and I want to amplify what my colleague, my new friend over here said about taking an entrepreneurial approach and being creative and thinking about partnering with the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So to kind of summarize what you said, healthcare equity in rural New Mexico is incredibly important, as well as looking at how do we create social services that are an economic development engine, which I think is incredibly important long-term. There is a comprehensive study. So if you go on to nmruralsummit.com, there was a comprehensive study that was done by Terry Bruner from Pivotal, New Mexico. It is the Rural Infrastructure Study, and it has all of those sectors listed already, and that will save you a ton of time so you guys don't have to recommit yourselves to
I've
that.
actually been on their site, and we are doing something slightly different than it, but
Okay.
it definitely was a help in designing it.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
So obviously fire is at the forefront of my mind. So just specifically to that, and this is on the proactive side to dealing with wildfires. We need to see increased investment in things like biochar facilities, other wood-based industries, and also things like sawmills. I mentioned earlier in Cimarron, we used to have 4 sawmills back in the 60s and 70s, and those have all shut down since. So we need to reinvest in those things. We do everything to say, well, we need to leverage dollars to bring them in and make sure that we can help people when fire happens, but there's things we can do to stop it from happening. And we can't stop all of them, but we can do more to be proactive. The other part to that is we also need to see something like JTIP funding specific to those industries. So it's one thing to say we're going to stand them up, but we need to incentivize people to want to go into those. And then the other part to that is creating conservation/wood industry pipelines for our schools. So we've got to be thinking forward here. We can't just be planning for today. We need to be, the jobs of tomorrow are here today. We don't have to continue to export our kids out to other places. We just need to retool and think about those jobs that we're gearing them up for. There are opportunities to do things like being a being a hydrologist in northern New Mexico. Those jobs exist today. Conservation, I continue to think about these burn scars. These are jobs that'll last these communities for generations, but we have to be thinking and putting all that infrastructure in place so that we can address that. The other part, let's see, I've got a bunch of them. Let's see. Okay, so here's the other part to this. Full staffing of our forestry positions. So in our district office, our timber manager that position has been vacant. We can't expect the forestry division to do their job and thin forests and make sure they're doing management when they don't even have the personnel in place to do management. On top of that, though, is that the reason we've had a hard time keeping a timber manager up there is because you can make $55,000 a year living in Cimarron in Ute Park, New Mexico, or you can go down to the Gila making $75,000 a year working for the feds. So that difference between the state and federal level for the same job doing the same responsibilities, it's a $20,000 difference. So how can we expect to keep qualified, competent people in our rural areas when the money that you're getting paid? I mean, you could probably go make more doing something else. And not have the requirements or training or the responsibility. The other part to that, though, is going to be measurable metrics. This is something that I feel government fails at every step of the way. And it's in every facet of government. It's in veteran services, it's in healthcare, it's in economic development. We never actually go back and make sure that programs are working. We just throw money at problems all day long. It's like, oh, we got a surplus of $1 billion. Let's see what we can throw it at. Once upon a time, we tapped our permanent fund for $1 billion when Bill Richardson was in office. To this day, there is not a person in state government that can tell you that's where that $1 billion went, because we don't ever go back and make sure that it was spent adequately. We just spend it and we just think it's going to solve our problem. Yet we're still last in education. So I use that as an example. Then some other things on the reactive side. One thing I learned this fire was that they focus on prioritization of life and structures. And the other part that needs to be a 3-legged stool, and watersheds, critical watersheds to communities have to be a part of that. This is one of the things, and I said this earlier, you can burn down our community and we're insured. We'll build new houses, we'll build new buildings. But if our watershed is gone, as Scott Berry mentioned earlier, there's no digging an oil or drilling a water well so that we can pull groundwater. That's not an option for us. So you wipe out our watershed, you might as well just, tell us to go live somewhere else. Send us to Albuquerque, and I don't want to live there. Nothing against Albuquerque. All right, on the healthcare front. Okay, and I already mentioned the long-term planning for conservation efforts. Okay, on the healthcare front. So we just gave away free college last year, and I wasn't a real big fan of that. Something I think we could have done better with that money is incentivize similar to the military. So when I served, I joined up, I raised my right hand and I said, I want to serve. And part of what they incentivized me with was come and join. And when you join, we're going to give you an education. And part of that education is we're going to send you somewhere, though. We're going to send you somewhere for 4 years to complete that term. Why aren't we doing the same thing with rural healthcare? Why are we not going to the University of New Mexico and saying, after you finish this 4-year program, if you go serve 2 years in a rural community, we'll cover your costs. Instead, we're giving college away for free to anything. You can get a degree in anything now. I don't know that that was the best spend on our money. Maybe we need to think about shifting that. And that's a way that we can solve our rural healthcare needs. Let's put it towards nurses. Let's put it towards doctors. All of those critical positions that we need in rural America, we could do a better job on. I think that's the way you do it. And then the last part, EMS changes. So right now, the way the EMS is structured, you go before the PRC for your EMS certificate. Right now in our county, all of our EMS services are responsible for the entire county. As I mentioned earlier, driving from Angel Fire or driving from Lake to Raton, you're talking about an hour and a half to 2 hours. You are setting people up for failure. You're asking them not to participate in EMS when you tell them you are responsible for responding across the county. Now, let me be very clear. We've got a lot of people who are very proud to be part of our EMS service. And if there is an emergency, it doesn't matter if it's 3 hours away. If they are the closest responders, they're going to go. But right now, by law, the PRC will revoke your certificate to operate if you are not willing to cover a whole county. If you're in Bernalillo County, that's a pretty good deal. It's a tiny little county. Colfax County is massive. And every other county is in the same predicament, and you're setting every rural EMS provider up for failure when you require them, mandate them, and back to Mayor Dial's comments, we're mandating them that they must respond to this. They're going to go anyway. This is our community. We live in these places. We're going to show up for our primos across the county. Make no mistake about it. But when you mandate us, you set us up for failure. It impacts our numbers. It impacts our funding. It impacts everything. And so it's of no benefit to us. So that's one other change. And otherwise, I'll shut up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So we have about 5 more minutes, and let's go ahead and try to keep our statements to about a minute if we can, so we can get everybody else in. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Shel Nymark from the New Mexico Rural Library Initiative. I'm here to advocate filling the fund. There is a rural library endowment here in the state. It has $13 million in it. 51 libraries are eligible. I'm here to advocate for putting $1 million in it for each of the 51 rural libraries. Libraries towns that are lucky enough to have a library there at the nexus of every single problem we're talking about here. Libraries provide economic development. They provide jobs, help people get jobs, seniors, senior programs, children's programs, social connection. It's an indicator of well-being. Libraries do all these things. Since the woman from Columbus is here, I want to just say a quick thing about the Columbus Library, just to give you an example. So I went to visit the Columbus Library. I got there at 8:15 in the morning in a town where 80% of people don't have internet connections. The computers were filled, a big bank of computers at 8 in the morning. The librarian told me stories about connecting patrons with healthcare, with doctors, finding a ride for somebody whose kid had a dental abscess to El Paso. There were 3 children there whose father's school bus had broken down, and they were living there for 6 months. The library was essentially those kids' school. There's stories like this all over the state. All 51 of these rural libraries are doing incredible work. There's most of the library directors are making between $12 and $15 an hour. That is a crime as far as I'm concerned. There is a library director in northern New Mexico who managed a $580,000 capital project this year, in addition to doing collections, doing curriculum for children's programs, managing volunteers, managing the facility she already had. 15 hours she makes after 10 years there.
Thank you. We do have a couple more people on the floor, so we were over 1 minute. Sorry about that. But
endowment will repair those problems. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Anybody else on the floor? Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Lucas Johnson from Springer, and I wanted to bring up 3 more points on the fire. Tools that were not mentioned. Number 1, grazing. Number 2, I don't know what if the state has a policy for shutting off electricity on highly windy days, but we ought to think about it. And that plan should include probably funding for generators for hospitals and for elderly who would be affected by such. But we have 2 fires possibly started by lightning this year alone, and there will electrical lines from the wind. The third thing was landowner liability. If we're going to let the federal government do prescribed burns, then we ought to consider what the liability for landowners is to do the same thing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let's go ahead and go back upstairs.
Hi, my name is Yaha Aguilera, and I'm the director for Education, Hunger, and Resilience for Save the Children. And I just wanted some comments. It's not a solution, but I would like to see on these rural summit, maybe next year, some more topics on education, because I believe on, rural areas, we need to focus more on education. And you went a lot about behavioral health, and we need to do that for children, because we might find, for those numbers that are right now for addicts, for people in jails and all of that, maybe it will stop, before it goes to that number. So we need to focus more on that, and especially now with the fires. I worked in 2 years in emergency response, and we're going to see a lot of trauma for those children with the fire. So in the recovery phase is going to be hard. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just to kind of inform everybody in the body, we based the entire agenda on the responses. So everybody that applied or registered for the event, we had kind of a graph, and it showed us where everybody wanted to focus in on. And that's where we developed the agenda off of. Education came in surprisingly number 6 on the list. So kind of an interesting thing, but it is a great point that we bring up. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Isaac. So I just want to play off that. Actually, I wanted to make a comment during the mental health discussion, because I do think that I didn't hear enough discussion of mental health solutions through our education department. And I think to solve the mental health, if it's solvable, to come as close as we can, we need to get it at the source. And I think the source is when our citizens are young. And I do think that mental health services need to be provided through our education system. But in addition to that, I was a school board member for 9 years, president for 2. I'm a master school board member. One of the things that I see happening in New Mexico that's distressing to me is the education system has not done enough to include parents in their children's future. I know I always say my dad told me, he was a Marine and he was an engineer. And he said, everything I did in my life, I went and people taught me how to do it, but nobody ever taught me how to be a dad. And I think our education system needs to start thinking about inclusion of parents into that process of the child's education. Too often we see teachers taking the role of parents when to me, that's not appropriate. And, but they're forced into it. So I think those two things play in together. I think if you incorporate parents and you give support to our education system to provide mental health care for our young citizens, I think those two things combined can go a long way in helping with our mental health issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is actually a discussion we had with Speaker Fectow, and he said that was actually what they did. They created life skill type training for parents. He said one of the biggest challenges we faced was parents did not know how to balance a checkbook. So a simple basic task of how best do you ensure your child is cared for, most of their citizens never develop that skill. So kind of one of those areas that we need to look at. And go ahead, Roger Gonzalez, 1 minute, go ahead.
Very quick, I think 2 items that we could just be talking about for the session is, first of all, we're gonna have to create an insurance pool for those communities who will not be eligible for flood insurance. The private market's not going to fund that because they know their liability first. And second, when it comes to a rural set aside, I think some of these rural communities, because of the loss of valuation from their property values, their bonding capacity is going to be severely impacted. So I think there should be a rural set aside conversation as we look at those rural communities who have been impacted by fires and other emergencies, because that's going to hurt their ability to do traditional debt.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? All right, so we got 1 minute, and then anybody else on this side? And then we have 1 up there. So we have 3, and then we're going to go eat. Okay, so go ahead, sir. Go ahead and tell us who you are.
Good evening. My name is Leroy So, and I am from a small community called Tulagay, about 10 miles north of Gallup. I am one of the core leaders for Strong Families of New Mexico, and I am with New Mexico Together for Healthcare campaign. Out of community care, transportation services are a barrier. My father has a medical condition that has to be addressed in Albuquerque, and we have to drive back and forth between Gallup and Albuquerque, which is a hassle sometimes. Long-term solutions need more providers short term. Medicaid needs to make it easy to get outside care and get the services we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go upstairs really quickly, and then we have 1 minute. Go ahead.
The green light is on. I wanted to speak to an intersection of two of the topics that have been discussed today. One was emergency response and the other is behavioral health. There is going to be this 988 number that will be active. I think it's in July 12th or something like that. And the state has been trying to plan that response. And mental health, especially crisis response, is something that we have essentially don't have and not had in the state at all. And ironically, I suppose I'm dealing with that right now. But what needs to happen is on a rural, it has to be on a community by community basis. In rural communities, we're going to have to build some kind of effective response. The state has, I think, made an attempt to do that. Didn't really have enough time to get these recommendations into place, but that needs to be there. It's going to have to be done in a collaborative way between the healthcare system and government systems and the 911 type health responders. All of these things, there needs to be probably peers involved in this kind of crisis response. All of that needs to be built. There are designs that we can look at and use as models. But I'm hoping that the state will put in place those actual models and describe them, and then give advice to rural communities as to what that needs to look like.
Thank you so much. So I think one of the limitations that we face in rural New Mexico, specifically even on tribal reservations, is the idea if you do a dispatch, it's the third house from the light pole to the right. And that is a big challenge in inequity, because if EMS services do not know where to go, they're driving around for 30 minutes trying to find where they pick that person up so that they can transport them to another EMS vehicle 30 minutes later. Go ahead, Dr. Jennison, real quickly.
In terms of 911 too, I wanted to mention one other thing that I think needs attention, which is there is a deaf person in my life. And at the moment, text to 911 services in New Mexico are largely lacking. So for deaf people, it really is almost impossible to communicate with 911 services.
Thank you, Dr. Jennison. Okay, go ahead on this end. Go ahead and announce who you are, and then 30 seconds if you can, because we're over by about 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dave, I'm Verna Craig from McKinley County with Strong Families. And although our Native American community is cared for under Indian Health Services, it is limited and certain services are not paid for. Our treaty rights are not being honored. I'm a leader with the New Mexico Together for Healthcare campaign. I believe the Healthcare Affordability Fund can help New Mexico meet this obligation. Therefore, we need our legislators to protect this fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir.
Hello. Hello, my name is Lorenzo Villescas. I live in Stanley Park, Doña Ana County, and I'm a leader with our New Mexico Together for the Healthcare campaign. And we need to protect the Healthcare Affordability Fund to make drugs more accessible and to expand insurance options for uninsured New Mexicans. I'm retired in a fixed income, and this will help me and so many of my members in my community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, as you can see, we could probably go on for a couple more hours with solutions and ideas. And if you have any else, there is a solution wall down below where we will be having dinner. We moved everything inside. The winds are picking up again, so we want to make sure that you're not having to have your hair blow out all over the place. So we will actually be right on time. So 6:30 in the rotunda. Make sure you have your badge. We have some incredible street tacos and a whole gamut and a great buffet. And thank you to Roger Gonzalez at Help New Mexico, who sponsored tonight's reception. Thank you to them. And his great team. We have Teresa, who is his main right-hand person at Help New Mexico. So big thanks to them. They'll be able to talk to you about some of the services that they provide. So tomorrow we will kick back up at, let me just make sure we are here at 10 a.m. And we will hear from Deputy Secretary Arlando Teller at 10 a.m. in the morning. So we look forward to seeing you guys tonight. Enjoy dinner.